In all its operations worldwide, Total Energies considers national content a key component for the success of its operations.
Over 94% of the overall workforce are Ugandans, and we continue to recruit and mobilize more and more. Around 8,000 Ugandan nationals will directly contribute to Tilenga project only. More than $700 million is expected to be really spent in Uganda for these local goods and services. Already more than 160 Ugandan companies directly involved in our project.
This strategy was developed in line with the national content regulations of Uganda.
As PAU, we would like to recognize Total Energies, E&P, for their efforts in employing, training and skilling Ugandans.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We have currently secured contracts with Total Energies and Mark Demott in excess of $3.5 million. Total Energies has assisted us in our capacity building in the bidding process, understanding the national content requirement through various workshops that we have participated in, and also connecting us to potential contractors. So Total provided training, specifically VPSHR, for all our staff who are currently working in the project, and they have also built capacity of our in-house trainers.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
In 2012, we started working with the Total Energies until 2019, where we worked on the replacement houses, and we delivered 30 houses for the people who were being relocated from the industrial area. We are also working with the Total Energies on over 10 kilometers of roads that we are undertaking. There's a ripple effect. We are getting the services of labor within the communities, materials. Total Energies has been of great assistance to our development. We've expanded our plant and equipment, we've developed our human resources, and we've also improved our management skills.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
Ugandan story isn't a new one. It's not about where we come from. It's about what can be accomplished when we're working, living, and growing together. It's about speaking the same language, the language of progress. We're Ugandans building Uganda with Ugandans, skilling Ugandans and developing competencies required in the oil and gas sector, partnering with Ugandan businesses to achieve greatness. We're here to build because at the end of the day, we're truly Ugandan.
Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We are contracted by Total Energies and its subcontractors to supply them skilled manpower, which they deploy at the respective projects. They are also going to work through us to begin to train many Ugandans around skills that are required.
Yes, good morning.
To supply the oil
ladies
industry.
and gentlemen. Can I request our ushering team to please ask everybody who is in the breakfast area to come in. You're all welcome to our Q3 of 2023 Supplier Development Workshop. Total Energies and the Tilenga project are very excited to have you here. We're also happy that you've all come in good numbers as well as on time. We'll be starting shortly. Let's give a minute or two for those who are having breakfast to come in. Please feel free to come in with your cup of coffee or cup of tea. This will be more of a engagement and interaction, so feel free. Okay. All right, so let's get started. My name is Rosette Komjisha. Most of you are very familiar faces, and I'm happy to see you here. I'm the National Content Lead for TEPU, Total Energies EP Uganda, and the Tilenga project. We have a very good audience here at the Sheraton Hotel, but we also have an online audience. So for those who were not able to make it in person, this event or this workshop is being live streamed on YouTube via the link that is in the invite. Why are we here today? We're here for a very special supply development workshop. As you all know, we hold these workshops because we believe it's very important to keep in touch with our current suppliers, but also our future suppliers. So today's workshop, like any other, is about exchanging information, giving you updates on where we are as a project, sharing all the upcoming opportunities for those who will be able to take on them, but also discussing real-life issues that we have to engage on. We share with you updates where we are on national content, what we are achieving together in Ugandan participation, but we also talk about some of the challenges or areas of progress that you have communicated or that we have observed. So if we could have the agenda up, I'll take you through quickly how our day is going to flow. Of course, we've already had our registration and breakfast. I hope we had also the opportunity to network. That's another aspect that's very important for these workshops. It's not about coming and listening and giving feedback. It's also about meeting colleagues, peers, as well as potential partners. So any chance you have, please feel free to network amongst yourselves as suppliers, but also with us. We have a good representation from Total Energies EP Uganda here. So as the agenda is put up on the screen, our first area will be to have a safety briefing for us to understand where we are at the Sheraton Hotel. This will be done by a representative from the hotel. And then we will have a sustainability moment. Our contracting and procurement team have a very important message to share with you. Then we will have our opening remarks. We're very honored to have our Deputy General Manager here with us, and she will be giving you some opening remarks, some insights into where we are and what we aspire to be. And then obviously, once that is done, what is the first piece of information that's very important for any supplier? What is happening on the project? Some of you are site-based, some of you are not. Those of you who are still in the process of seeking for contracts need to know what's happening. So our project control manager and compliance officer is here with us. He will share with us these updates. And at the end of it all, you will know what's happening and you'll be able to visualize what will be coming up. And then, as usual, the projects are not operated or executed in isolation. We have a very good relationship and collaboration with our regulator. So a representative of the Executive Director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda will give us their perspective on the theme for today's workshop, which is how important contract management is and how important financial discipline is to be able to successfully execute contracts in the energy sector, but also broadly. At that point, we'll have a coffee break. And after the coffee break, we'll then get into the conversations. We'll have a panel discussion on this particular theme of the workshop. And thereafter, we will talk about our capacity building initiatives. Today, we are spotlighting a very important initiative. We're taking the opportunity to announce the commencement of the Industry Enhancement Center. So with us, we have the selected partner who will be taking us through what exactly this is, how is it going to be done, so that you as suppliers can start to appreciate how you will be supported and how you can take part in this initiative. We also have a number of companies who, over the past year, have undergone training in health, safety, and environment management systems, 150 companies. We're going to have them graduated, if you may say that, or awarded their certificates of completion. And in a special way, we will recognize 22 local companies who were able to go the extra mile and achieve ISO certification. So that then will be our final activity, and after which we will have a conclusion. So yes, that's what our agenda for the day looks like. And I now take the opportunity to invite Ms. Florence Nachijoba from the Sheraton Hotel to share with us the safety briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, our dear guests. My name is Florence, Sheraton Kampala, Uganda Hotel. Today we don't expect any fire drill in the building, but in case we have it, in case we have any fire, our PS system, please will be alerting you on that. We have them in place. In case of fire, our assembly ground, you'll pass through lobby entrance, you can rush down to the lobby, or you can use our ballroom entrance towards the main gate in our gardens. That's where our assembly ground is. If in case of any suspicious item, please don't panic. You'll call us. We have a canine system at our main gate. We'll be in position to assist you. In case you have any medical assistance, please, we have the hotel nurse who will be coming in to rescue. In case you feel that you don't understand the person you are seated with, please, you can pass through business cards. Please, we are here for you. In case you feel, this person is not good, and you are worried on that, we are available, and we have also Uganda Police, the Black Mambas, they are here. They will assist in case of anything. Please, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Florence has given us a very, very good safety briefing. And the most important point that I take, of course, everything is important, getting to know what the protocols are in case of an emergency, but she's also highlighted the need for us to know who we are seated with. So please take time to get to know who is next to you, get to know who is on the next table, and make sure that we are all here with the right intentions, but it's also part of the networking. Thank you, Florence. I also want to highlight the fact that health is very important. So we will try and make sure that we give adequate rest time. But in case you feel you're not able to sit for long periods, feel free to stand up and find yourself a nice, comfortable position where you can continue to engage in the activities. The areas of convenience for those who need to take a break, I think we all know where they are, out, down the stairs to your left. Our next moment or next item is going to be the sustainability moment. Ms. Zainab Kabdu from our CNP methods team is coming here to take us through this. Please, Zainab, you're welcome. It's a very important message around what we as Total Energies globally are trying to achieve with you as suppliers, so please listen, pay attention.
You're welcome, our guests. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I'm Zainab Kadu from the Methods team, Contracts and Procurement. I'm here to give you an oversight about the sustainability aspect that is recognized globally. Thank you. There will be a short video. Joseph is going to play it.
One of the more common definitions of sustainability used worldwide is from the UN Brundtland Commission. They say sustainable development is... What is sustainability? One of the more common definitions of sustainability used worldwide is from the UN Brundtland Commission. They say sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So put simply, sustainability is about our kids and our grandkids. How do we live today so that they can thrive and future generations can also have a good life? Our planet has many resources that we depend on for food, for housing, and many of those resources can replenish. You can cut down a tree and grow new trees. You can catch fish and there will be more fish. But that only works if you do it at a rate that these systems can replenish. We call that the replacement rate. You could think of it as a bathtub, and you're draining the bathtub and filling the bathtub at the same rate. And if you do that, then the level of the water should be able to stay stable. We call that equilibrium. It's not that you're not using any resources, you are, but you're doing it at a rate that the systems are able to stay somewhat steady. Right now, and over the past few decades, what we're seeing is that we are consuming resources much faster than the replacement rate. And the result of that, draining the bathtub faster than filling it, is that those levels are going down. We're seeing fisheries disappearing and other ocean life. We're seeing forests disappearing. Of course, everyone is familiar with the impacts of climate change and, other impacts of this level of consumption, plastics in the ocean, all of these problems. So ultimately, sustainability is about understanding how all of this is connected, understanding that when you make a decision to buy a smartphone, you are impacting someone's life on the other side of the planet who's involved in mining the materials to put in that smartphone. So sustainability is about systems thinking. One of the other big frameworks that we use to talk about sustainability is the 3 E's. In business, we call that the triple bottom line. Some people call it the 3 legs of the stool. And that's environment, economy, and equity. And it's not just about understanding that we need to manage all of those. It's understanding how they're connected. So if you only look at short-term economic profit, then you're not going to end up with a thriving economy in the long term. If you're only looking at conserving the environment without thinking about economics and understanding, how people are making their livelihood, you also may not end up with a thriving society. And if you aren't looking at equity, you're going to end up with a few people that have most of the resources and many people who are hungry and not living a good life. And that's not really a successful human society either. So sustainability is really about addressing all of those and understanding the connections between them.
We shall go through the 4 sustainability pillars. I'm waiting for Joseph to display the slide. We have climate. Kindly go to the 3rd slide. What we shall all understand that Total adheres to the Sustainable Development Goals. These are generated from the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and we are apparently concentrating on the 3 sustainability pillars, where we have less emissions through climate, then less emissions through climate. Right now, Total Energies is concentrating on using renewable energies for us to have less emissions. That's solar energy, wind energy, liquefied natural gas, and we also encourage our vendors or partners and stakeholders to also castigate that to their respective business partners and also their operations. If you do deforestation, it will lead to desertification. If you do a lot of printing and you're not embracing electronic business management, like electronic resource planning, the different tools, SAP, Unisol, Ariba, you impact them on the environment through deforestation. Then those affect the environment and the climate as well. They also emit a lot of emissions that pollute our environment. Then we have people well-being, where we have human rights respected, HR policies respected. Then we also need to have our employees work in a good environment, give appropriate leave days for our staff, and also put in place maternity leaves for our staff. We also encourage our vendors not to have underaged employees in their operations, and also pay a reasonable minimum wage. Then we also have care for the environment, where we have to reduce on the pollution. The more plastic bags you use, the more bottles you use. If you don't reuse them and recycle them, they'll pollute the environment. They will not only affect me, but they also affect you. They also affect the operations and the future generations. Then we also have shared prosperity, where we concentrate on the national content commitments, like utilizing local resources, utilizing local labor, training, and also adhere to respecting the local laws. For instance, the power regulations in line with recruitment. We have more on sustainability. Today, we also invited our vendors to listen in at 3 about the sustainability update, and we shall be giving you more updates in line with this topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zainab. I hope this message is one that we all resonate with. Sustainability is not only about responsible business, it's also about fundamentally being responsible human beings. So the 4 pillars that you see there, I encourage each and every one of us to take them back with us, reflect on them. This information is available on our website, Total Energies EP Uganda, but also on the Global Total Energies website. Let's reflect on this subject and see how we can be those responsible Ugandans who replenish resources even as we consume them. Let's be the generation that creates a change for the world. So thank you so much, Zainab. Please, those who can, log into the webinar that has been scheduled. Also share the information around with everybody else that you interface with. So, pillar number 4, creating value for the communities or the societies where we operate. As you know, for Total Energies, national content or local content, whichever way you call it, it's not. It's part of who we are. It's fundamental to who we are. So today we have the supply development workshop, but above all, we have the commitment and we always have the support from our top management. Our Deputy General Manager, Mrs. Mariam Nampera Mboa, is here with us, and I would like to invite her to give us some opening remarks regarding this subject, but overall on where we are as a company and an operator of the Tilenga project. Please, with a loud round of applause, I welcome Mrs. Mariam Nampera Mboa to the platform.
Good morning to you all. On behalf of Total Energies, I welcome you in your different capacities to the Q3 Supplier Development Workshop. As highlighted earlier, this workshop actually comes at an interesting time. We are now 2 years into the execution of the development operations of the Tilenga project. And what an opportune moment to take stock not only of our achievements, but also to take stock, I prefer to call them areas of progress instead of our challenges, because I think we have a shared vision, not only to progress the national content, but also to address any challenges as they come. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of our regulator, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, the presence of our joint venture partners, and our celebrants for the day. As Rosette highlighted, we'll be celebrating some of the achievements of our contractors. The theme for today, again, is more around contract management as well as financial discipline, because I think the two go hand in hand. If we're to perform these contracts, we need to have excellent financial discipline. So we are here to listen to each other and to share in this important topic. But it is also important, again, to highlight the fact that by fostering this continuous dialogue about supplier development, we are able to exchange and learn, because this is a learning process. National content is not an event. It is, it's a process, it's an enduring process, but a process through which we learn, sometimes we fall, we pick ourselves up, improve, and then progress. The second part of my remarks is, over the last 2 years, together with all of you in this room and all those listening to us online, we've been able to achieve, to register significant progress in the area of national content. And of course, it's very important that we remind ourselves of these achievements. The first part of these achievements is in the area of employment. As we speak today, we are peaking at 8,443 employees, both directly by Total Energies, but also through our contractors and subcontractors. That is a big number by any standard. And it should be celebrated. Because through those 843, you impact many lives within our country. The second part that I wish to highlight is the fact that of that number, 3,710 are people from the host communities. As you all know, our license to operate the Tilenga project in the Lake Albert Basin actually derives from the acceptance of the communities that are hosting us. If we cannot impact the communities where we operate, then the project will not have a social license to operate. So again, we celebrate the fact that 3,710 of the people employed on this project are from the host communities. We have another area to be proud of. We have engaged 150 Ugandan suppliers over the period, and those suppliers have achieved 1,174 procurement engagements for the Tier 2 level. Again, these are remarkable achievements for all of us collaborating. The other bit to highlight, when we started, those of you who have been on this project for some time, we had quadrants of areas where we expect Ugandans to participate. I'm happy to report that as we speak today, Ugandans are participating not just in the semi-specialized, but also in the specialized categories. We have Ugandan contractors fully manning the camp operations. This is one of the biggest operations, both in the north and south of the Tilenga project. We have Ugandan contractors delivering the manpower that is executing the bulk of the activities on the Tilenga project. We have Ugandan contractors providing medical services. We have Ugandan contractors doing the training consultancies, doing the civil engineering, the design and technical studies, all these undertaken by Ugandan contractors, which means, again, we've achieved a lot in building the body of Ugandans who are able to take this project forward. Then we have another key area, community content. Again, when we started, we had to ensure that we can get the communities to supply the project. Again, I can report that today we have the local communities supplying food items, not only labor, but supplying food items. They are also involved in the catering. Most of our catering workers are from the communities. We have Ugandan contractors providing conference facilities, those who have hotels, and also the small tools that are used. Again, these are achievements to be proud of. And on the target value, when we formulated the Tilenga project national content program, we have a target. As we speak today, we have so far awarded procurements worth $642 million. Again, this is value that is being created in Uganda. Then we have another key area of the capacity building initiatives, skilling Ugandans. Again, over the 2 years, we are proud of the vocational training that we've provided, both to our host communities, but also to Ugandans at large. Scholarships, we are in the 10th year of our scholarship program. We have internships, graduate trainings, both within Uganda and outside Uganda. We have initiated the Tilenga MOOC, which is preparing our trainees who will operate the Tilenga facilities post-First Oil. We have the Tilenga Academy, which will start at the Uganda Petroleum Institute, Chigumba. And we have also undertaken a number of trainings in HSE, and of course we will be graduating some of our trainees in this workshop. We have, as Rosette highlighted, also been able to engage a partner for the Industrial Enhancement Center. Again, these are achievements we should all be proud of. Then recently, those who follow us, we've also been able to launch the Emergency Training Center at Makerere University, the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. On safety, which is very important because supplier development is also about safety, we've been able recently to celebrate 20 million man-hours without a lost time injury. These are great milestones, and again, we achieve most of these milestones with most of you in this room. However, as highlighted, like any process, we have challenges over the 2 years. In fact, it's now time to share the return on experience, and I think the panelists who are going to address us today will give us insights on what we've learned and how we can mitigate the challenges so that we continue on a path of steady growth for national content. We will today also unveil the roadmap for the Industrial Enhancement Center. As highlighted, we will celebrate and recognize, because again, it's very important to celebrate and recognize the 150 Ugandan companies that have completed and have been certified for the health and safety management health and management systems. The other bit to share also is that we want to encourage the companies that have not enrolled in some of these trainings to come up and follow into the footsteps of these 150 Ugandan companies and the 22 companies that have been certified. The applications will be announced or launched in the fourth quarter of this year. We welcome all of you to actually enroll so that we can embark as many of our contractors in some of these certifications. I also want to specifically recognize the 2 Ugandan companies that have implemented the health and safety environment management systems training. This is called the assessment and through the Assessment and Skilling Center in partnership with Sunmaker. I mean, we can go on and on. Of course, we celebrate what we have achieved, but like they say, the struggle continues. We need to be resilient. We need to remain focused. And actually, on a lighter note, everybody arrived here on time. That shows that what we are doing, by 8 o'clock, actually, this room was full. So which shows that we all like what we are doing, and we are building long-lasting and enduring partnerships. Let me conclude by reiterating Total Energy's exploration and production commitment to deliver the Tilenga project in an exemplary manner by creating shared prosperity, social and economic progress, sustainable development, protection of the environment, and respect for human rights. I take this opportunity again to thank you all for your continued cooperation over the last 2 years as we continue on this journey to Fast Oil, and welcome your participation in the Q3 dialogue. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been shared by our Deputy General Manager. A lot more can be delved into. But I think the most important message that we can, or some of the most important points we can take with us is the fact that we are, as TEPU, we are the operators of the project, but we rely on yourselves as our partners, our contractors, at whichever tier or level of contracting. We rely on the support as well of government and all other parties to collaboratively develop this project. We have an ambition that is very important for us to achieve, and then we rely on you to buy into this ambition and help us progress it. 2 years down the road, I don't know if any of you can believe it. There's a time when it was pre-FID. Everyone said, oh, when is it starting? When is it starting? 2021, we broke ground, we started, we've constructed, we've progressed, and now it's 2 years down the road. A lot has been achieved in Ugandan participation. A lot more can be achieved and will be achieved if we continue in the same spirit of learning as we go ahead. So next, I would like to request Mr. Martin Fraser, who is our Project Controls Manager and Compliance Officer, to come and tell us, yes, what exactly has the Tilenga project achieved on the ground within these 2 years. You're welcome, Martin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Martin Fraser, and as Rosette said, I'm the Project Control Manager and Compliance Officer for Tilenga project. So I'm here to give an update on the progress of the Tilenga project. My pleasure to be here to attend this workshop with you all today. So the first thing, which has already been referred to, and I'd like to mention it again, which is the achievement of 20 million man-hours without lost-term injury. The celebration across the different sites was held on the 12th of September. It's a major achievement. I think it's something that underlines the scale of the project, and something I'll refer to in a little bit as well. It's something which was achieved not just by TotalEnergies, of course. It's achieved by all of the contractors who have made a contribution, and everyone has performed safely their activities, and that's to be acknowledged, it's to be celebrated. It was actually achieved during August, and arrangements were made to celebrate at the different sites just last week, in fact. Now, we'll see other statistics which refer about the size of the scale of this project. At the moment, regarding the man-hours, we are accruing approximately 350,000 man-hours per week. Only 5% of that comes from the company, and this underlines the importance of the contractor contribution to that, to everything, not just to safety, but also... Sorry, is that better? Okay, apologies. Not just for safety, but for all of the activities, the contribution of all of the contractors is key. Everyone has to contribute together to achieve the objectives that we're all looking to achieve. So, mentioning that, I also refer to the theme of the workshop today, which is the robust contract performance management and financial discipline. So TotalEnergies, obviously being the operator, being the main client, we have a number of contracts with our main contractors, but that's not the end of the story. We have hundreds of contractors, which was mentioned already, and as the operator, we are spending money with our direct contractors, and that filters down, that's cascaded down throughout the value chain, and it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5 levels below. There are companies which are involved in delivering the Tilenga project, and it's important that everyone plays their part. Everyone respects the terms of the contracts that they have signed up to, whether they're a service or goods provider or they're the client. Everyone has to respect the terms of the contract. And Total tries to be exemplary in that respect, and we try to pay our suppliers, our direct contractors on time, understanding that that money has to filter down through the value chain. So I think that's an important message to pass in the context of this workshop. So just going on to mention a few things about the progress that has been made. So first of all, enabling infrastructure, that's the preparation of the ground effectively and literally for the project to be developed. So the well pads preparation currently standing at 21% progress. Of course, the well pads, we have 31 well pads to develop, a lot of work there. Currently, Jubilee 5 and Ngiri 3 have been handed over to drilling, where Rig 1 and Rig 2 have already started to drill. And Gunya 1 has been partially handed over last month, where the third rig is being assembled at the moment. In addition to that, the well pad preparation contractor, Mota and Gil, they're working on 7 other well pads in parallel. So it's a lot of work to be coordinated, spread over a large area. And if you refer to the graphic on the right-hand side, that represents the interconnecting pipeline, and you can see the different colored dots identify where the well pads are. So it's covering a large area of in Uganda. Drilling in wells, so as I mentioned on Rig 1, Rig 1 has started on Jubilee 5, that started in June. Rig 2 started in August, and in Gunya 1, Rig 3 is expected to start drilling in mid-November. Then moving on to the surface facilities, so the EPSCC as we refer that to, that's been signed with a consortium involving McDermott and Sinopec. McDermott are responsible for the industrial area, and we can see here the figures for the progress on detailed engineering and for procurement. They're running quite well. The construction hasn't progressed very far, and we're looking for that to ramp up significantly in the coming months. So the activities that have been undertaken, some temporary facilities, including the construction camp, we're expecting to achieve a 200-bed capacity in the camp, the construction camp in October, and full capacity of 3,900 by Q1 next year. The central processing facility, things have started to happen there. The foundations are being laid. The first steelwork is being erected in the CPF, the main pipe rack. And those activities are being carried out not directly by McDermott, but by contractors. That's to say the foundations are being done by Mota, and the pipe rack erection is being done by the structural, mechanical and pipeline contractor, ISAR. We're in the process of discussing the schedule with the EPSCC contractors, the consortium, and with the intention to issue an updated schedule based on the activities that have been achieved to date, and so that we have a reference schedule moving forward. We're currently reviewing that, and we hope to have that completed in the coming month. And for Sinopec, they're involved with the off-site scope. That's for the interconnecting pipelines mainly. Again, the progress for engineering and procurement is going reasonably well, but the construction activities have to ramp up significantly. You can see a few photographs there just showing the progress, the pipe rack shown up top right there, and then the pipeline preparation for laying the pipes, bottom left there. Qualification of welding, and there's welder training going on as well. That's being done by Sinopec. To go into a little bit more detail then about the progress that has been achieved, so enabling infrastructure, we have that broken down into different work packages. We refer to them as CFT, the different call for tenders that we had. So CFT1 is the site preparation for the industrial area. Progress there is doing well, 89%. That was at the end of June, actually. That's increased now to around 93, 94%. And all of the central processing facility area has been handed over to the EPSCC contractor. And now the CFT1, there's some drainage works to be finished at site and on Gunya well pad as well, which is at the entrance to the site. Then in the roads, CFT2, that's referred to, the roads packages, mainly carried out by Pearl. Several of the roads are complete, and the works related to the remaining roads which have not yet been completed but have been started. All the roads are expected to be delivered during Q1 of next year. And then the final package in the enabling infrastructure is the well pad site preparation, which is being carried out by Mota NGL as well. The progress there, 20%. The 2 well pads that I mentioned have already been handed over for drilling activities, which have started on those 2 well pads. And then another 7 well pads, which are mentioned there, where the preparations activities is going on in parallel. So a huge amount of coordination is required on those activities. And we can see just another couple of photographs there, a drone view of the Jubilee 5, where Rig 1 is drilling at the moment. The well pads are significant in size, roughly 200 meters by 300 meters, to give you an idea of the scale. And then on the right-hand side, we can see the preparations for the cellars, which are, the cellars are there to protect the wellheads. And this on Gunya 1, starting to pour the concrete there. There's, again, to give you an idea of the scale, roughly 750 meters cubed of concrete is poured on each well pad to prepare the cellars. And here we have just some more photographs to illustrate the activities. We start from the top right-hand side, and we go counterclockwise to give you an idea of how things progress. So Jubilee 3, the site preparation has just really started. Jubilee 4 is a bit more further advanced. That will be the next well pad that Rig 1 starts working on once it's finished on Jubilee 5. And then going down to Gunya 1, that's where Rig 2 is actually operating. And then on Ngiri 3, that's where Rig 3 will start to operate. Rig 3 is being, sorry, the other way about. Gunya 1 is where Rig 3 will start to operate. Rig 3 is being assembled. And Ngiri 3 is where Rig 2 is currently operating. And then next, some more photographs. So in the roads, the top left picture there shows you one of the culverts for crossing some of the water routes and drainage routes. That's a significant piece of work, and there's approximately 30 kilometers of roads are being constructed. And across that scope, there's about 70 different culverts are being constructed, so a significant amount of work. Then topsoil removal for the right-of-way between Jubilee 5 and Jubilee 3. A lot of earth is having to be moved across the different scopes of the contract. And then just at the bottom, there's some illustrations of some of the roads that have been completed. Some of the roads are bitumen coated, as you see on the left. Some of the other roads are hardcore, not finished with bitumen, and that's an example there on the bottom right-hand side. Then on drilling and wells, so we have 6 main contractors carrying out the scope of 10 different contracts, main contracts for the drilling. The Schlumberger, ZPEB, COSO, Valorec, Enviroserve, and Exlog cover the different contractors. They are currently installing themselves in the drilling support base, the DSB, which is ready for operation. And they're storing equipment and material, and some of the companies have workshops as well, and that's already in operation. As was mentioned, Jubilee 5 started drilling in June, Ngiri 3 started in August, and then Gunya 1, where Rig 3 is currently being erected, hoping to start in November. And while the drilling contractors are mobilizing and getting on with the drilling activities, of course the company is mobilizing its drilling personnel to the different drilling sites. So the drilling teams, as well as the geoscience and reservoir teams, the GSR teams, they're mobilizing to support the activities. And then the industrial area, so we've covered some of this already. So we can recognize the progress in engineering and procurement with intention to ramp up on the construction in the coming months. The construction support base, CSB, in the south, which is part of the industrial area. That is work has started on that. And as we saw earlier, the illustrations of the activities of MOTA and SR constructing the foundations and the pipe rack. The rebaseline for the EPSCC activities is under discussion. And then for Sinopec, the construction support base in the north has been completed, and we're in the middle of welding activities now, a very important scope of work, and the qualifications and the training of many local people for welding is being done as we speak. And then they're working in the right of way to have access to all the weld pads, the HDD, the horizontal directional drilling, which is for the crossing of the pipeline under the Nile. That is currently being started. And we can see some more illustrations there. At the bottom, you see the vehicles that will be used by Sinopec for installing the pipeline in the trenches. Vehicles specifically designed for that. And then we can see some delivery of pipe that is for the underwater sections of the pipeline, which has already been delivered to Sinopec's base. Some more pictures here, again identifying the scale of the project. So CPF, the Central Processing Facility. In the center of that, you can see the start of the main pipe rack foundations. I think that gives an idea of the scale of the industrial area. And then I think we've seen some of these illustrations already, but there's various activities ongoing. We've got the paving of internal roads on the industrial area as well. That's being carried out at the moment. And then delivery of equipment, of course. We've got a lot of equipment being delivered as we speak. This is just an example, some high voltage cable drums which have been delivered for Sinopec in the construction support base in the north. And then on the right hand side, that's some preparation of reinforcement bars, getting ready for the pouring of the concrete for the foundations at the pipe rack. And then just some other final photographs here. We've got the different camps and the north construction support base, which is Sinopec's construction base. And then a couple of drone photographs of the camps, which are operated by company. This is not the 2,000 and then eventually the 3,900 capacity camps, which are the contractors camp. These are the camps which are operated by the company. The Tangi camp, which has an 800 person capacity, and the Bugungu camp with a capacity of around 1,000 beds at the moment. And that finishes the status update for the project activities. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how you feel after receiving this piece of information, especially those who are not familiar, who haven't yet been on the ground, either in Bulisa or North Nile Tangi in Noya. What you saw is actual work happening. Many times, personally, I am in forums where outside work I'm asked, are you people doing anything, or you're just can I say, hoodwinking the Ugandan nation? But what you see is testament to the fact that the project is going ahead. There's been significant work, both technically and on the ground, and there is good, steady progress towards our ambition. I had to take time and Google at some point what a completed central processing facility looks like, because what you see here is not even half of what is going to be constructed. So as some homework, please, we have Wi-Fi, I think, in the room. They should be sharing the ID. Take some time and Google what a typical central processing facility that is operational looks like, and then you can start to visualize that that is where we are heading to while we continue the works on the ground. So thank you so much, Mr. Fraser, for giving us that update. And of course, we will continue sharing these updates continuously in our quarterly supplier workshops, as well as all other public engagements where we are part of. So at this point in time, having heard where we are as a project, I'd like for us to also hear from our esteemed regulator, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. As you're all aware, they are the entity that oversees or manages or regulates the oil and gas sector. And today we have the representative of the executive director, who is Mr. Alex Byamukama. He's a national content officer in charge of contracts, so he definitely is the best person to give us insight on what is the regulator's perspective when it comes to robust contract management, as well as good financial discipline. Mr. Alex, you're welcome to the stage. With an applause, please.
Thank you very much, Rosette. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alex, as already introduced, Byamukama, from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and I bring you greetings from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And to Total Energies, as always, it's always a pleasure to be invited to these engagements, but also to have an opportunity to share with the key stakeholders in the sector, the licensees, as well as the contractors. So it's always an honor, really. And for this particular engagement, I think it's very timely. We've been talking about opportunities, preparation, this is what is coming, and that was the discussion pre-FID. But now that the rubber has hit the road, I think the discussion slightly changes. And I'm happy that we are having this discussion on contract performance, because we already have the contracts. We are into execution. And I know this sector being new, a lot of things are also relatively new. And we've learned a few things, we've seen some new things, and we continue to learn. So we've experienced a lot of new things, and therefore we need to reflect and see whether we are doing really well, but also have a candid conversation on some of the challenges that we have encountered, because now we are into execution. So today's presentation, really, it's going to be very brief. I know a lot has been discussed, especially on the updates and the aspects of national content, which makes my presentation much easier. So we were invited, really, to have a discussion on the importance of robust contract performance management, but also the financial discipline aspects. So we've had a lot from contractors. I'm sure it's going to be shared later. On the program, I've seen a panel discussion that is going to delve into the nitty-gritties of contract performance, a number of issues. A number of issues have been encountered, but as a regulator, we thought would, at a high level, just highlight a few things that we think are important in terms of contract execution, contract performance management, but also financial discipline, because we've seen a few examples we've witnessed, and we've gotten feedback. So to start us off, really just an introduction, which most of us, I believe, are familiar. I'm sure we've attended these engagements for quite a number of time. And we keep on refreshing our memory and reminding ourselves of some of these things. To some of us, they're not new. To a few of us, probably, who are having an opportunity to attend such engagements for the very first time, I think it's an opportunity to get to know the status, where we are, and who are the key players. So we have three important stakeholders in terms of governing the oil and gas sector. We have the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We have the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, where I come from, and Uganda National Oil Company. And all the three agencies have distinctive roles. Sometimes people confuse Uganda National Oil Company with Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So they'll meet you, they think you're from UNOC. They meet a guy from UNOC, they think they're from PAU. But we play totally different roles. UNOC is the government arm, the business arm for government when it comes to oil and gas. They have interests in the different projects that have been highlighted here. So they are into the business of creating joint ventures, running the business, and taking forward the sector in terms of execution. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda, where I come from, is essentially the regulator. There are laws that were put in place by the Ministry of Energy that is into policy formulation, licensing, and our job at the authority is to make sure that we regulate, we monitor, and ensure that the players within the sector are complying with those laws, regulations, and all the other legal requirements. That's a glance on the sector at the moment. Nothing significant has changed really, but just maybe to add a few players under the exploration licenses. We have a few more licenses that were issued out earlier this year by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. That is Kasuruban to Uganda National Oil Company, and Turako to DGR Energy. So those are also commencing the exploration activities. So we have now 5 exploration licenses as opposed to the 3 that we initially had. The other projects you've heard from Tilenga, Kingfisher is relatively smaller, like most of us know, a 40,000 barrels of oil per day project. That's at peak. But we also have the pipeline that I guess a number of us are also familiar with, running from Kabale in Hoima to Tanga in Tanzania. It's the longest, or it's going to be the longest heated pipeline. A number of activities have been undertaken. Contracts, the major contracts have been signed, and the main contractor really for construction is in the process of mobilization. I've seen a number of advertisements seeking service providers in the papers, so I want to believe that quite a number of us have expressed interest also in that project, as much as we also engaged in Tilenga. So we have another opportunity under the ECOP. So today's topic about contract performance. That slide is just to give you a snapshot on the different relationships where we sit, our visibility on the different relationships when it comes to contract performance. Because of the complexity of the sector, the requirements of contract execution, you realize that most of these contracts are tiered. So you have several players along the various levels of contracting. You have the licensee at the top. You have a contractor who's maybe the tier 1 contractor that takes on, say, a turnkey project, but also that particular tier 1 contractor subcontracts a significant part of their scope to a lower tier contractor who is a tier 2, and then we have a tier 3. But at the end of the day, the tier 1 contractor is really responsible for the performance, for the contract performance of the tier 2, the tier 3, because they are the ones that hold the contract and they are answerable to the licensee, who in this case would be their client. So you have that kind of matrix. But also on the other hand, you have other players like government agencies, like the regulators that you have to interact with, that you have to work with in executing your contract. There are different regulatory requirements that you have to comply with. You have different reports to submit. You have different permits to secure in the process of executing your contract. So there are different key stakeholders that you usually work with to make sure that you effectively execute your contract. If you don't work closely with such key stakeholders, then there's a likelihood that you will not be able to effectively execute or perform the contract that you've been awarded. So it is important that you work closely with all those key different stakeholders. So from the regulator's perspective, why do we think contract performance is very key and financial discipline is very important? There are so many reasons, but we try to compress all those reasons into just a few pointers that we have right there. For starters, of course, timely project execution. We very well know how important it is to complete all our projects in time. We have timelines, we have targets, we have expectations, and therefore we need to be able to deliver on our different obligations timely, so that at the end of the day, we have a project that has been executed within the contractual time frame. So it is important that we execute our various obligations. If it's about, if you have a schedule that you've been given, you have to follow that schedule. It is important that you work with the different stakeholders that you have or that you interact with, be it your client, be it your subcontractors, and or regulators or any other government agencies, the community, so that you're able to execute your project timely. The second one, which is, of course, cost management, which ties into the timely project execution. Of course, usually when your project takes longer than expected, you will usually spend a lot more because of different reasons. So when you have a project that is properly executed within the right time frame, then most likely you will contain your cost. But also, other than the project, the timely project execution, also you have a budget you're working within that you have to contain and make sure you deliver. Of course, as a regulator, these costs are recoverable, and therefore we want to make sure that we optimize these costs. So proper contract performance management surely builds into proper cost management, and that's why we're very keen and would like to ensure that there's effective contract performance management. And also financial discipline, because it also speaks to that aspect. Regulatory compliance. Of course, as regulators, our job is to make sure that every player, every stakeholder complies with the law. There are so many requirements in the sector, from HSE to environment to national content to even the other technical aspects that we're expected to comply with. If you don't comply with any of those, there's a possibility that your project will be halted. It means that you'll encounter a delay, you'll not meet your schedule, but also that delay might also cause the cost to escalate. So it is important that while you're managing your contract and performing, that you also ensure that you comply with every single regulatory requirement. But after doing all that, of course, we'll be happy. The licensee will have the project. The country will also benefit. The suppliers will also be happy. Will be proud for having been part of such a project, but also executing some of the key milestones that you've been seeing in the images. So we'll all be happy and definitely will realize all the envisaged benefits. So it is very, very important that we're having this conversation about the contract performance because it benefits all of us, from the supplier yourselves, the regulator, the government, the licensees, pretty much everyone. So from the contractor's side, what would be some of those contract performance aspects that you want to keep an eye on maybe as you're executing your project, especially from the regulator's perspective? We've talked about the regulatory compliance requirements, those ones we've highlighted, but also there are contractual requirements that you need to comply with. We sign different contracts with the client, with the licensee, with the contractors and the subcontractors, and usually those contracts have different obligations, they have different terms, they have different requirements. You have national content commitments that you commit to implement. It's not always nice to have something on paper that you make contractual, and then when it comes to execution, you are executing something different. The regulator usually has monitors on site. So if on paper, if in your contract, for instance, you committed to employ a certain percentage of people from the community, and the regulator through the monitoring activities, and they realize that you are not meeting that target, then you'll have that conversation. If you committed to subcontract Ugandan companies, for instance, for certain scopes of work, and you end up self-performing or contracting them or giving them out to non-Ugandan companies or companies that are not compliant, then that also becomes an issue. And you have cases where the contracts are halted until such non-compliance aspects are resolved, and that also, leads into escalation of timelines and also cost. Of course, also in terms of contract management, it is important to keep your records proper and easily accessible for anyone who would want to look at them. You could have an audit from your client, who's the licensee or the contractor, but also the regulator might be interested in looking at certain aspects. You're also expected to report on either contract commitments or achievements or national content performance and the other aspects. So if you don't do that, then you'll have an issue with the different stakeholders. It could be the regulator, it could be your client who wants certain information or wants to be sure that you're implementing what you committed to, and you cannot prove that indeed you're walking the journey that you promised. So it is important that you keep your records proper, very accessible, but most importantly, accurate and not tampered with, for the lack of a better word. Dispute management is also important. We have seen cases where you have a contractor, you have a subcontractor in the middle of contract execution. They cannot work together because of different reasons. It's maybe delayed payment. It's a change of scope, for instance, that was never envisaged. And so you have a bit of people are not agreeing to what they're supposed to do. So while you're executing your contract, while you're performing your contract, you have to be able to manage such issues that might arise here and there. Of course, that is expected, but you need to be able to manage them in a manner that takes forward the project, but also one that will help you not either delay the project or escalate the cost. We've talked about project schedule, which is also key. And the other aspect also that you might want to look at is the aspect of risk management. So you need to detail your different risks that you might be able to encounter, profile them, and plan on how you could manage them in the event that they might realize. So it is important that you have that aspect of risk management. So when you've done your proper contract management, what could be some of the benefits? Of course, if you perform very well, like we know a number of companies that have done various jobs very, very well, you have a good reputation and you'll be able to be called upon for more opportunities. But also you have an overall excellent contract execution and you have an opportunity to learn. Like I mentioned earlier, most of us are learning a number of new aspects, especially in relation to the oil and gas sector. The requirements are relatively different from what we've been used to. So every other single day, it gives us a learning opportunity. So if you are able to properly manage your contract, if you're able to manage your stakeholders, if you're able to deliver on your different milestones and keep the project schedule in control, then you are learning, and I'm sure at the end of the day, you are a much better contractor. Enhancement of national content. This is shared prosperity, like someone mentioned. We all want to build our communities, build our economy, to empower our people. So if we have those key commitments that we've laid out in the contracts that we've signed, and we achieve them, at the end of the day, we'll be able to have our national content realized. But most importantly, we'll be able to control the cost, which I think everyone really would want to, so that you benefit from the project. Like I mentioned, this will not take a lot of time. I'm already concluding. Parting shots really is, we all know the devil is in the detail. Usually some of these issues, disputes, arise from the fact that we've not taken time to read our contracts very well, or to engage professionals to be able to interpret certain aspects of the contract. So you ask, where do I sign? Where's the amount? Where do I sign? You sign, and then you realize that there are certain things that you should have put in place, or there are certain obligations that you expected to oblige with, but you are not. So it is important that you read and understand the contracts that you enter into to be able to achieve proper contract performance. But also have the right people to help you for aspects that you don't understand, the technical aspects, the contract, the legal issues. Please engage the right people. If it comes to contract management aspects, employ the right people to follow through, to track the milestones, to keep engaging the different stakeholders, so that you're able to drive this contract in a proper way. Proper cash flow management, it is very, very key. There are people who get advance payments and they divert them to different things, and then they encounter challenges in terms of executing their contracts. They can't pay their subcontractors, they can't pay their suppliers, they've used the money for other reasons. So it is usually important to keep an eye on your cash flows as you perform your contract. Keep the communication channels open, engage as much as you can the different stakeholders, engage your clients, engage your suppliers, engage your subcontractors, engage the regulators to understand and seek more information where you think you're not too sure, so that you don't hit a wall. And lastly, of course, continuous engagement. Like I said, it's a learning process for a number of us. So it's important to continue engaging, either through meetings, through such engagements, networking, or reaching out to any person that you think is very critical to help you as you execute your contract. This marks the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you to Total for the opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Mr. Byamukama. I think that was a very precise, very succinct sort of perspective from the regulator. 2 years down the road, now that we are moving ahead, what is happening? And I think you've heard from him. First of all, we have a number of projects in the different value chains of the oil and gas supply chain. We have upstream projects, development and production like Tilenga, and Kingfisher, but we also have exploration projects that are ongoing, as well as the 2 new licenses that are coming up. We have the midstream project, the ECOP, and the planned refinery. So all that is business opportunity for both Ugandan local contractors, but also experienced non-Ugandan companies. And what we want to see from everybody is the ability to execute these contracts according to the requirements, in compliance with the regulations and the laws of the country, but ultimately to see that our target quality, time, cost, and other requirements, including HSE and national content, are achieved. So today's dialogue is really to deep dive into that, to hear from experts from both our side as Total Energies EP Uganda, but also from well-known industry or sector experts. And that's what we will have in the second session, which we are going to have following a brief coffee or health break, which will start now. So please feel free to stand up, stretch. There's some coffee and refreshments out in the lobby. And if we can use 10 minutes to do this and get back in here at 11:45 a.m., Mr. Peter Igaga is here. He's going to be our moderator for the next session, and that's when we'll have this dialogue, but we'll also hear from you. Please take note of all your questions in case you have any area of clarification from what we've talked or shared this morning. Take note of it. We'll have a Q&A session later on in about an hour and a half. And for those who are online, please feel free to type your questions in the comment section. We will be taking them and we will be sharing feedback as well. So thank you. Let's have our break up to 11:15. Thanks.
Ours is a vow to Simba, Najemba, and Kwetu, to not only preserve the home they know, but improve their habitat and conserve and restore the wetland. Ours is a vow to restore, transition, and improve livelihoods of communities by empowering the next generation, protecting the vulnerable, and safeguarding cultural heritage and ensuring income generation through different agricultural activities. It's a vow to reduce the carbon footprint through promoting the use of renewable energy. A vow to work with authorities and host communities to protect wetlands through restoration and sustainable wetland use. It's also a vow to promote forest conservation and awareness. That's why Total Energies has been taking action to ensure that the project is designed and implemented in collaboration with various stakeholders in compliance with the exacting standards of the International Finance Corporation and with the best social and environmental practices.
We've got Total Energies as one of our biggest clients. We are currently involved in provision of resettlement services for the Tilenga project. For 6 resettlement packages, the services are tailored towards land acquisition and ensuring that the resettlement is undertaken in line with IFC Performance Standard 5 as well as national legislation. Given the complexity of the projects that we're working on, staff have had that professional development because of the challenge presented by the projects. And given that it's the oil and gas industry where the requirements are usually stringent, we have improved brand recognition because we're able to meet those standards. So most clients that come to us know that if we can meet the standards, then our brand is good.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
My name is Isabella Birungi Byarugaba. and I'm the co-founder for City Ambulance and City Medicals. The main activity we are doing for Total Energies is provision of medical support, ambulance services, occupational health assessment services for all contractors going to the camps or on any of their sites. We also do COVID testing. We have experienced a lot of growth, exposure and networking, the ability to meet different clients who are working in these fields, but also giving us the ability to diversify our scope in regard to the service that is offered and reinvent the kind of service that we offer. Working with Total Energies requires a company that has the high level of health and safety standard, which really was a good value add to us.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
Yeah, we do manufacture and supply personal protective equipment. We supply beyond Total Energies. We supply their subcontractors. Yeah, we have seen our company transform from a trading company to a manufacturing entity. We are able to set up some of these facilities that we are enjoying right now. And these facilities also are supporting other sub-sectors. So they have no idea what oil and gas is, but the items they are using are a result of oil and gas. Overall, the industry, manufacturers, suppliers, traders will all enjoy.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. In all its operations worldwide, Total Energies considers national content a key component for the success of its operations.
Over 94% of the overall workforce are Ugandans, and we continue to recruit and mobilize more and more. Around 8,000 Ugandan nationals will directly contribute to Tilenga project only. More than $700 million is expected to be really spent in Uganda for these local goods and services. Already more than 160 Ugandan companies directly involved in our project.
This strategy was developed in line with the national content regulations of Uganda.
As PAU, we would like to recognize Total Energies, E&P, for their efforts in employing, training and skilling Ugandans.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We have currently secured contracts with Total Energies and Macdemont in excess of $3.5 million. Total Energies has assisted us in our capacity building in the bidding process, understanding the national content requirement through various workshops that we have participated in, and also connecting us to potential contractors. So Total provided training, specifically VPSHR, for all our staff who are currently working in the project, and they have also built capacity of our in-house trainers.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
In 2012, we started working with Total Energies until 2019, where we worked on the replacement houses, and we delivered 30 houses for the people who were being relocated from the industrial area. We are also working with the Total Energies on over 10 kilometers of roads that we are undertaking. There's a ripple effect. We are getting the services of labor within the communities, materials. Total Energies has been of great assistance to our development. We've expanded our plant and equipment, we've developed our human resources, and we've also improved our management skills.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
Ugandan story isn't a new one. It's not about where we come from. It's about what can be accomplished when we're working, living, and growing together. It's about speaking the same language, the language of progress. We're Ugandans building Uganda with Ugandans, skilling Ugandans and developing competencies required in the oil and gas sector, partnering with Ugandan businesses to achieve greatness. We're here to build because at the end of the day, we're truly Ugandan.
Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We are contracted by Total Energies and its subcontractors to supply them skilled manpower, which they deploy at the respective projects. They are also going to work through us to begin to train many Ugandans around skills that are required to supply the oil industry. Because we're already working with Total in Uganda, we had so many suitors from Europe, Dubai, the USA, of potential manpower companies that wanted to actually enter partnership with True North.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. In March 2018, Total Energies launched the Welders Training and Certification Program aimed at improving the employability of Ugandans from the Albertine region and the East African crude oil pipeline areas.
GIZ E4D project is working with Total Energies, where we are targeting to train at the end of it 350 welders, and we're expected to train more.
I see myself working maybe in the oil and gas industry, being an international certified welder, because I have acquired the skills.
I'm a lady, but doing something which is generally perceived to be for men. It makes you actually feel special. It makes you feel wow.
I am ready to support the oil and gas sector by being a quality welder. I thank you, Total, and I thank the government of Uganda.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
What is sustainability? One of the more common definitions of sustainability used worldwide is from the UN Brundtland Commission. They say sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So put simply, sustainability is about our kids and our grandkids. How do we live today so that they can thrive and future generations can also have a good life? Our planet has many resources that we depend on for food, for housing, and many of those resources can replenish. You can cut down a tree and grow new trees. You can catch fish and there will be more fish. But that only works if you do it at a rate that these systems can replenish. We call that the replacement rate. You could think of it as a bathtub, and you're draining the bathtub and filling the bathtub at the same rate. And if you do that, then the level of the water should be able to stay stable. We call that equilibrium. It's not that you're not using any resources, you are, but you're doing it at a rate that the systems are able to stay somewhat steady. Right now, and over the past few decades, what we're seeing is that we are consuming resources much faster than the replacement rate. And the result of that, draining the bathtub faster than filling it, is that those levels are going down. We're seeing fisheries disappearing and other ocean life. We're seeing forests disappearing. Of course, everyone is familiar with the impacts of climate change and, other impacts of this level of consumption, plastics in the ocean, all of these problems. So ultimately, sustainability is about understanding how all of this is connected, understanding that when you make a decision to buy a smartphone, you are impacting someone's life on the other side of the planet who's involved in mining the materials to put in that smartphone. So sustainability is about systems thinking. One of the other big frameworks that we use to talk about sustainability is the 3 E's. In business, we call that the triple bottom line. Some people call it the 3 legs of the stool. And that's environment, economy, and equity. And it's not just about understanding that we need to manage all of those. It's understanding how they're connected. So if you only look at short-term economic profit, then you're not going to end up with a thriving economy in the long term. If you're only looking at conserving the environment without thinking about economics and understanding, how people are making their livelihood, you also may not end up with a thriving society. And if you aren't looking at equity, you're going to end up with a few people that have most of the resources and many people who are hungry and not living a good life. And that's not really a successful human society either. So sustainability is really about addressing all of those and understanding the connections between them. What is sustainability?
Ours is a
In all its operations worldwide, Total Energies considers national content a key component for the success of its operations.
Over 94% of the overall workforce are Ugandans, and we continue to recruit and mobilize more and more. Around 8,000 Ugandan nationals will directly contribute to Tilenga project only. More than $700 million is expected to be really spent in Uganda for these local goods and services. Already more than 160 Ugandan companies directly involved in our project.
This strategy was developed in line with the national content regulations of Uganda.
As PAU, we would like to recognize Total Energies, E&P, for their efforts in employing, training and skilling Ugandans.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We have currently secured contracts with Total Energies and in excess of $3.5 million. Total Energies has assisted us in our capacity building in the bidding process, understanding the national content requirement through various workshops that we have participated in, and also connecting us to potential contractors. So Total provided training, specifically VPSHR, for all our staff who are currently working in the project, and they have also built capacity of our in-house trainers.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
In 2012, we started working with Total Energies until 2019, where we worked on the replacement houses, and we delivered 30 houses for the people who were being relocated from the industrial area. We are also working with Total Energies on over 10 kilometers of roads that we are undertaking. There's a ripple effect. We are getting the services of labor within the communities, materials. Total Energies has been of great assistance to our development. We've expanded our plant and equipment, we've developed our human resources, and we've also improved our management skills.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
Ugandan story isn't a new one. It's not about where we come from. It's about what can be accomplished when we're working, living, and growing together. It's about speaking the same language, the language of progress. We're Ugandans building Uganda with Ugandans, skilling Ugandans and developing competencies required in the oil and gas sector, partnering with Ugandan businesses to achieve greatness. We're here to build because at the end of the day, we're truly Ugandan.
Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We are contracted by Total Energies and its subcontractors to supply them skilled manpower, which they deploy at the respective projects. They are also going to work through us to begin to train many Ugandans around skills that are required to supply the oil industry. Because we're already working with Total in Uganda, We had so many suitors from Europe, Dubai, the USA, and potential manpower companies that wanted to actually enter partnership with True North.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. In March 2018, Total Energies launched the Welders Training and Certification Program aimed at improving the employability of Ugandans from the Albertine region and East African crude oil pipeline areas.
GIZ E4D project is working with Total Energies, where we are targeting to train at the end of it 350 welders, and we're expected to train more.
I see myself working maybe in the oil and gas industry, being an international certified welder, because I have acquired the skills.
I'm a lady, but doing something which is generally perceived to be for men. It makes you actually feel special. It makes you feel wow.
I am ready to support the oil and gas sector by being a quality welder. I thank you, Total, and I thank the government of Uganda.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
What is sustainability? One of the more common definitions of sustainability used worldwide is from the UN Brundtland Commission. They say sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So put simply, sustainability is about our kids and our grandkids. How do we live today so that they can thrive and future generations can also have a good life? Our planet has many resources that we depend on for food, for housing, and many of those resources can replenish. You can cut down a tree and grow new trees. You can catch fish and there will be more fish. But that only works if you do it at a rate that these systems can replenish. We call that the replacement rate. You could think of it as a bathtub, and you're draining the bathtub and filling the bathtub at the same rate. And if you do that, then the level of the water should be able to stay stable. We call that equilibrium. It's not that you're not using any resources, you are, but you're doing it at a rate that the systems are able to stay somewhat steady. Right now, and over the past few decades, what we're seeing is that we are consuming resources much faster than the replacement rate. And the result of that, draining the bathtub faster than filling it, is that those levels are going down. We're seeing fisheries disappearing and other ocean life. We're seeing forests disappearing. Of course, everyone is familiar with the impacts of climate change and, other impacts of this level of consumption, plastics in the ocean, all of these problems. So ultimately, sustainability is about understanding how all of this is connected, understanding that when you make a decision to buy a smartphone, you are impacting someone's life on the other side of the planet who's involved in mining the materials to put in that smartphone. So sustainability is about systems thinking. One of the other big frameworks that we use to talk about sustainability is the 3 E's. In business, we call that the triple bottom line. Some people call it the 3 legs of the stool. And that's environment, economy, and equity. And it's not just about understanding that we need to manage all of those. It's understanding how they're connected. So if you only look at short-term economic profit, then you're not going to end up with a thriving economy in the long term. If you're only looking at conserving the environment without thinking about economics and understanding, how people are making their livelihood, you also may not end up with a thriving society. And if you aren't looking at equity, you're going to end up with a few people that have most of the resources and many people who are hungry and not living a good life. And that's not really a successful human society either. So sustainability is really about addressing all of those and understanding the connections between them.
In all its operations worldwide, Total Energies considers national content a key component for the success of its operations.
Over 94% of the overall workforce are Ugandans, and we continue to recruit and mobilize more and more. Around 8,000 Ugandan nationals will directly contribute to Tilenga project only. More than $700 million is expected to be really spent in Uganda for these local goods and services. Already more than 160 Ugandan companies directly involved in our project.
This strategy was developed in line with the national content regulations of Uganda.
As PAU, we would like to recognize Total Energies, ENP, for their efforts in employing, training, and skilling Ugandans.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda. Total Energies has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We have currently secured contracts with Total Energies and Macdemot in excess of $3.5 million. Total Energies...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My ears are small, I can't hear you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good, people are awake. That's nice. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Peter Igaga. I will be with you for the better half of the session. I first of all want us to give a big hand clap to Rosette. First of all, I dare say the ladies are looking smarter than the gentlemen. So ladies, gentlemen, let's clap for our ladies. They did very, very well. Thank you very much. And then I'm going to kindly request all of us to just stand up where you are. I've heard somebody say the national anthem. It's too late for that. We already started. Now, I want you to turn to your neighbor and ask them one question. And that is, do you know me? Come on, ask them. Do you know me? And I want the person who has been asked to tell your neighbor, City of danger. Come on, I can't hear you. City of danger. Polly, I want to feel City of danger in this place. And now we are going to do what I do, okay? Because we have to stretch. Put your hands up. Come on, let's put them up. And then I want you to shake your waist like me. All right, all right. Come on, guys. We're not shaking. We're not shaking. We're not shaking. Oh, yes. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you very much. You can kindly take your seats. So now you know your neighbor. Now, we're going to continue with our discussion this morning. Again, we are talking about opportunities, where the money is, how can we tap in, what do we need to do? Because that's the only way we will grow as a nation and also as entrepreneurs and business people. Now, first of all, we need to give Total Energies a big hand clap for this forum. It is great to see a number of familiar faces in this room and to know that in this room alone, the amount of ideas, the amount of opportunities is endless. I hope we're all networking, getting to know somebody we did not know before, because that's the whole idea of why we're here. Now, we're going to go into our panel discussion. We've got one or two presentations from some of our panelists. So, without further ado, I'm going to call on our panelists to come up here and take their rightful places. Now, our first panelist tonight, in no particular order, is Mr. Alan Ntale. Alan, you can kindly come up and take your seat. Now, Alan is the buying team lead at Total Energies EP. He's a man who understands contracts. And you know, they say a lot about procurement, guys. So today we're going to know whether that is the case. A big hand clap for Alan as he comes up. I'm going to call upon Mr. Dennis Kakembo to also kindly come up and join him. A big hand clap for Dennis. He is a managing partner at Crystal Advocates, and he also is well versed, especially in contract management, taxation, and the likes. Thank you, Dennis. I'm going to call upon a good friend of mine, Mr. Francis Kamlega, to kindly come up. Francis is a former managing partner at PwC. He understands money. If you need to hide money, he also knows where to hide it. Okay, so we will be talking to him too. Then we've got Miss Esther Auma. She is a human rights officer and NGO coordination and human rights at Total Energies. Esther, big hand clap for her. She had said if you do not clap for her, she's not going to come up. So please, we don't want her to to disappear. Then I'm going to call upon Mr. Festus Winnie to kindly come up. Festus is a big name in terms of labor management. If your workers are unhappy, he knows what to give them. He says it's called Panadol. I don't know why he calls it that, but he'll tell us later today. And then I'm also going to call upon a good friend of mine who's no stranger to the oil and gas business. He is arguably one of the pace setters and pioneers in this industry, Mr. Jimmy Mugerwa. But he's going to come a bit later and give us a full presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our panel here. We are going to start with Alan. Alan has a few words of wisdom. We'll be the ones to judge him. So Alan, we are going to ask if you're actually that wise. So Alan is going to give us a presentation on contract performance management. Alan, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. And I'm grateful to the previous presenter. It's always a challenge to speak after the regulator. And Mr. Alex, you've done a great job to highlight the concepts regarding contract management, especially effective contracts management and how to go around these contracts. So mine will be to look at the concept from an operator perspective. And with this, I'll be highlighting the key issues that we look out for. But I also want to understand our audience because I know the bulk of the participants today could be holding contracts, could have just signed contracts. Others have been working with Total for quite a while. But by show of hands, I would like to see if there are any new companies prospecting for business. Show of hands. Okay. So the presentation will also take into consideration for companies that are prospecting for business. So a small recap on the cycle or the procurement process is that you have to realize that today we are looking at the tail end of the process of effective contracts management or supplier performance management, but that's not where the journey starts. So for the benefits of those companies that are not already working with Total, I'll just highlight the key phases that we undertake up to the point of deploying a contract. So the first phase is usually the preparation phase. In the preparation phase, it's mainly an internal process within the operator to define the specifications, best engineering designs are agreed upon, budgets assessed, and in collaboration with the regulatory authority, this information is assessed at this stage. And then we go to the next phase, which is the sourcing phase. So during the sourcing, this is where you'll have pre-qualification processes, selecting of bidder lists, and then eventually we go into the tendering process. It's a rigorous process. It looks at all aspects, including operational, including contractual, HSC, national content, name it. So at the end of the process, we all know that the best proposal usually is considered for award. And that's when we go into deployment once a contractor is selected. So this is a critical point for our discussion today. So when we deploy a contract, it means that you need to start mobilizing. But you're not on your own. The operator will put contracts managers to support you, to supervise, to follow up, and to make sure that everything is done as per the provisions within the contract. Then the key highlight for today is the monitoring, which is also very essential. So we have contract performance management. The focus could be on one contract, or we can also have supplier performance management. The focus would be maybe on a contractor who is holding more than one contract. And therefore, they have to be assessed on the whole portfolio. So when we look on the slides on the right-hand side, so you will notice that contracts management is a two-way street. So on one hand, you have the client or the customer or the operator, i.e. Total. On the other hand, you have the contractor or supplier. And this process to be effective, it's a unified kind of approach to make sure that things are rolling in the right direction. So contract management, we cannot talk about contract management without really talking about the contract itself. So basically the contract constitutes the entire agreement, and it is known that it should be superseding all agreements, negotiations, representations, communications that could have been made before the contract is put in place. That's crucial to understand, because sometimes contractors might rely on prior information and then they get into sensitive areas like non-compliance. So it's important for the contractors to ensure that they observe the provisions within the contract. So on the side of the operator, of course, we have a team following up on key performance indicators, mainly regarding the compliance issues and complying with the provisions of the contract. But also, we have to ensure that we have KPIs in place that measure progress. And progress has been talked about in different presentations earlier. It could be time, it could be the quality of service or quality of goods that are being delivered. So it's quite crucial that for the operator, assessment is done on all key aspects within the contract. Then the operator is also all the time communicating, sending out notices, sending out alerts to the contractor. So that's very crucial to keep a working relationship with the business partners, the contractors, to make sure that everything is smooth. On the side of the contractors, they also have obligations within the contract. And that is to say, for you to understand the obligations in the contract, you need to know your contract very well. You need to know all the provisions within the contract. Then, after that, you are also required to transpose the requirements in the contracts to your subcontractors. It could be tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3, because they also have to be measured at the same standards. So the last 2 bullet points for the operator and the contractor are similar in nature because it's a joint exercise. Supplier performance. So it's an ever ongoing process. Then lastly, we have to appreciate that there is no ideal situation, and continuous improvement is the only way that the contractor will improve. So even if you're meeting all your obligations in the contract, we will require you to be sensitive about your environment, because the environment in which you're working in, you have competitors. So for you to be on top of your game, you need to have new ideas, new innovations, new way of doing things. How do you manage your costs? How do you cut costs? Because at the end of the cycle, we always begin another cycle. And you have to focus on business continuity as a contractor, whereas the operator also has to emphasize on value extraction from the contractors that they are managing. It's always sad to see that at the end of the contracting period, some contractors fall through the cracks. That's not a good indicator. We are here to make sure that a pool of capable contractors is enhanced all the time. So when contractors are falling through, maybe because of poor performance, misperformance, or underperformance, or financial limitations, it's usually not a good sign. And I guess that's the reason we have such kind of interactions. So in a nutshell, contract management is a two-way street. And I'll go back to the messages that are already given by the previous speakers, including our deputy general manager. So for you to have a social license, it means that you have to be acceptable. It means that you have to be responsible. We talked about SDGs. Some institutions look at ESGs, which are almost the same. It's a rating standard, but ultimately it looks at the sustainability of organizations to continue operating. So with that, I end my presentation by saying we are all partners in this journey, and for us to have a sustainability supply chain, we need to be mindful of all the aspects within the contract and work together. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very, very much for that. Now, first, everything that Alan has said needs people. So if you just quickly run us through just something small about labor management, we'll be more than happy. Can just Festus, you can pass the clicker.
right, thank you so much. When it comes to Tilenga projects, we all know that one of the impact is to create direct and indirect jobs. So the project has a substantial labor requirement and is expected to create a couple of jobs throughout the lifetime. So given its substantial requirement, Tilenga project is committed to managing and controlling the greatest extent practicable activities that may pose labor-related risks and also reputation risks to our project workers. We have a requirement which is called the labor management plans. It gives an overarching direction on labor and working conditions for the project that would be beneficial for the company, contractor, and subcontractor workers. The project also aims to be in compliance with a couple of national legal frameworks, international treaties, conventions, and also international standards and guidelines which are applicable to labor and the working condition requirements. Sorry. Sorry, help adjust this. But I will continue. We have a couple of objectives and compliance within TEPU. One of them is to promote safe, healthy working conditions and also to protect and promote the health of workers, promote the fair treatment, non-discrimination, and equal opportunity for workers, and compliance with the national labor and employment laws. We also have to prevent child labor and forced labor. Promotion of employment of Ugandans is also very key at this stage, but we also have to be considerate of recruiting the host communities. This is the most important part of my presentation. The company labor management mitigation measures have been enhanced through which the national policies and regulations are being followed, but also we follow the evidence-based, which is feasible, and it's also in line with the international industry practice. Therefore, to mention a few, all our contractors, subcontractors, and third-party service providers are required to adhere to a couple of labor-related aspects. I just mentioned a few here, just for you to get understanding of what we have under our labor management. One is to develop and comply to employment policies. This is very key. We also need to ensure transparent recruitment at both national and recruitment and community level. We have to have a worker induction and training program for all workers. Management of worker relationship and working conditions. This is very paramount. We have to keep on a positive relationship. Protection of workforce, where we need to have a code of conduct with clear values, rules, and all these must be adhered to. Now, there is something we can't avoid when it comes to labor. This is a grievance or concerns related to our employees. So we need to have a grievance redress mechanism or procedure which should be followed when it comes to addressing such issues. Key to note is also at the end of the project, we shall need to have a retrenchment or a demobilization, but the way how we handle this has to be critically put into mind. The process must be managed correctly. So in order to do that, we shall be able to maintain our social license to operate. Thank you so much indeed for listening to me.
Thank you very much. First, there's a big hand clap for him. Now, thanks a lot for that. You can please be able to come and take your seat. Now, ladies and gentlemen of our esteemed panel, at the end of the day, the base of all this is money. Now, I'm going to call upon Francis just to give us a bit of a highlight, I mean, business and financial discipline go hand in hand. Unfortunately, to a lot of people who get into business, they get into business, then start learning financial discipline. Is that the right way to go, or should it be the other way around? Over to you, Francis.
Hello. Thank you very much, Peter, and I want to say thank you to Total Energies for this conference. I think before I get to your question, I'll just take you back maybe if at a personal level, a few years in terms of why I'm very excited to be here. I've been involved in this industry at various levels, and if I can talk about maybe my history in terms of 15 years, at some point I was involved at the policy development when the industry was sort of a pipe dream, and then got involved in dispute resolution when actually things were happening, and Mr. Mgera here, Mariam, and various other people, you'd know that, with colleagues from the URA who are here. Then later on, as we started realizing that this is real and it's going to happen, we then got into a phase of regulatory development. I played a key role at national participation regulatory environment. And I'm so happy now when I see a room full of people, because now we've got to that phase where we are now talking about commercializing the resource and getting Ugandans involved. And I think now that's where you come in. So for the Ugandans to be involved, which is all of us here, and participate in a manner that is meaningful to the country, to the economy, and to us as individuals, there are certain things that we have to do differently. Very different from the way we are used to running our corner shops, very different from the way we are used to running our own personal household finances. Because when you reflect at the presentation from Alan, he talks about obligations to you as a subcontractor or a service provider. And it's very easy to get very excited when you're going through the process of bidding and the processing and preparing the bid and going through whatever the process is, and then eventually emerging as the preferred selected service provider. And that's where I suppose, rubber hits the road. Because he mentioned the word called, you get to a point where you now have to deploy. In the army, you know what that means. For those of you who have served, I haven't served. I never got the chance to do that, and I think I don't see myself serving where I am now, in the army that is. But for you to deploy resources, capital, labor, you had better have certain things having been done prior to deployment in terms of what resources do you have at your disposal. And we're talking about capital, because we'll get to hear from the Total colleagues, but it's very rare that they're paying you up front. And even if they do pay you up front, that money is ring-fenced. We have this culture of getting money and then trying to sort out all your prior problems, and even forget that this money actually is intended for you to deliver a project. So to me, financial management is very, very important. And I don't want this to sound very academic, very abstract, very accountancy-like. It is simply saying, whenever you get money from Total or CNOC or anyone, and that money is intended for you to be delivering a service or supplying a good or doing something related to the project, the discipline expected of you is that that money has to be spent on that. And once you've spent it, in accountancy we have a very, very binary concept. It is assets and liabilities. It is debit and credit. If you get $100,000 from Total and they are paying you in advance to deliver ABCD, the moment you look in your bank account and that 100 is not there, the ABCD had better be there. Because it's very simple. When you spend money, it should be spent to create an asset. When you spend money, it should be spent to deliver a service. But the moment it goes into children's school fees and all these other social issues that we have as Ugandans or Africans or social people, that's where things go haywire. And we've heard about contract monitoring. We've heard about contract obligations. Those obligations are on to you. So, Peter, it's a very long answer, but the issue is you had better have financial discipline before you put pen to paper. And if you didn't have it, it had better happen immediately you contract, because it's a contractual obligation. I'll come back at some point, hopefully time permitting, and we talk about business versus personal finances, because that's where the mistakes usually come, and of course cash flow planning and budgeting. Because the moment you don't have a budget, the moment you don't have proper cash flow planning, the moment you end up with a mismatch where you're borrowing short term to spend long term, then the bank will knock on your door, the contract will knock on your door, the wife and children also have their own demands, and you even wonder, why did you get yourself into this? But it's a very, very exciting time for us in Uganda to be where we are, but you had better have a discipline for you to participate in a manner that is meaningful and creates value for everyone. I'll stop there for now.
All right, thanks a lot for that. You know, I noticed as Francis was talking, there are a lot of people who were shrinking in their seats. Well, it could be hitting a chord, that's why we're here. Now, still on financial discipline, Dennis, as in your line of duty, one of the things you deal with is this enigma called the tax man. Is the tax man my friend or my enemy, especially when it comes to business?
Come again? I think I missed your last.
Yes, I'm saying, is the tax man my friend or my enemy when it comes to business? Because to a lot of people, the tax man is a problem. But then, if I quote the Bible, it says, give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. So, is he my friend or my enemy?
Thank you so much, Peter, for that wonderful question. I think before I get to delve into that question, I would also like to express my thanks to Total for organizing this event and inviting all of you, the contractors, who are making things happen. As you might be aware, tax is a constant factor of life. You can't run away from it. And I, as a tax practitioner, this is what I always tell taxpayers. Don't only look at tax as something to comply with, but you should also consider tax as an opportunity for you to plan, as an opportunity for you to do things right, which can also impact your financial discipline or even financial performance. In terms of where I sit, where I practice law and tax, supporting the oil companies and the contractors, what I note is that many times contractors' compliance lags behind operations. And at this point in time, because the activities may not be that significant or they are ramping up, you may choose to put tax on the back seat. But I can assure you, if the basis of the tax issues are not rightly set from the very outset, when URA comes and does an assessment or it does an audit and issues are not right, it can wipe out away your profitability. Now, how can a taxman be your friend? Many of you, the tier 1 contractors, when you're invoicing Total, you don't charge VAT on the invoices. Okay, you charge VAT, but the VAT is deemed paid. So it's not such a big issue. But your tier 2 contractors, when they are billing you, they are charging VAT. What that means is that you're having VAT refunds of VAT that is sitting on your books, which ultimately you need to get back from URA. You're going to get these refunds from URA if your books are in order, if you're compliant, and if you're compliant and audits are smoothly done, you will appreciate the efficiency of URA when every month you're probably getting your $1 million check in terms of the refund that you're entitled to, and your shareholders will be very happy
because that will help manage cash flows. So I think a taxman is very good when you're fully compliant, but can be a bad man if you're not up to speed with your tax issues. Of course, bearing the fact that sometimes the taxman can be quite aggressive, and when the targets hit them so hard, sometimes they become unreasonable, but by and large, that is something that can be managed.
Okay, thanks a lot for that. Esther, a big hand clap for him. I know when we talk about tax issues, it's never an exciting thing, but it's a fact of business. Now, Esther, everybody talks about human rights. And you know, human rights usually comes from the side of the person who feels offended. Employers feel like their rights are being violated by their employees because the employees keep asking for more. The employees feel like their rights are being violated by their employers because the employers keep asking for more. How do we find an equilibrium?
Thank you, Peter, for the question. Before I answer your question, I would wish to first go through human rights policy at Total and how we get to answer your question and how to strike a balance from the question that you've just, very important question, by the way, because there's always an, we often struggle on what is a human right issue, and getting to know that human right issue at times is very hard unless you look deep into the complaints of the worker and also look towards the implementation that is being done by the contractor. So let me go through this presentation and then we see you as contractors whether you're doing what you're actually supposed to be doing, what is stated in your contract, and then we will judge whether the worker is asking for something too much or you have an obligation towards your workforce. So in most cases, human rights is often overlooked when it comes to business. We are often looking at the profits that we are going to make, and then at the end of the day, you find that the rights of the worker is either the worker or the people in the community that is affected by the project is being infringed on at the expense of us making profits. So as Total Energies, we do have a human rights department and a social compliance department. We just heard from Festus. He has given us his presentation, and the two departments complement each other. And as we have noticed of recent, human rights has become a focal point for civil society to lash at Total Energies, both the Total Energies and the contractors plus the subcontractors. So human rights is not something that we can take for granted. We have to follow all the human rights issues. Now, the Human Rights Department and Total Energies at large has the leverage to sensitize our contractors plus the subcontractors on their obligations toward human rights. And then we get this, so it's not like Total Energies is going to force you to implement your human rights. We sensitize you and we encourage you to implement, put in place an action plan to implement the human rights that are in your social annexes to your contracts. So in many cases, we may not read that part of human rights, we just go to the part of money, as has been stated, and we forget about the human rights annexes that are under the social annex in your contract. So we are guided by fundamental principles of purchasing, which is at the core of which is derived from our code of conduct. And you know, a code of conduct is like our constitution. You know how you cannot joke with the Ugandan constitution? It's the same thing that we cannot joke with our code of conduct. So fundamental principles of purchasing has principles that we have to adhere to, and human rights at work is part of that principle. So, of course, we've been seeing about sustainability. So sustainability is at the heart of Total Energy's operations and projects, wherever we are, in whichever country that we are in. So these fundamental principles are also derived from the international laws, as Festus stated in his presentation. So we have a number of international instruments that our reporting on human rights have to mirror those international instruments. And one of them is the Sustainable Development Goals, the Global Compact, and human rights UNGPs. So these are at the core of our reporting, plus many others that inform our human rights reporting. So as a contractor, we expect you to follow the fundamental principles that are derived from our code of conduct the same way as it's derived from the international instruments, including the ILO conventions. So what does our fundamental principle entail? I'm going to try to elaborate them because I know they are in the annexes to your contract, but since I said we exercise the leverage to air it out again so that you know what your obligations are. So there are 7 principles, but today we are focusing only on human rights at work. So we want to ensure that the working conditions and remuneration of workers preserve human dignity. And so under this principle, we have 7 sub-principles that were updated recently in 2022 to cover all aspects of human rights at work. So we have prohibition and prevention of child labor. Festus may have talked about it, but I will air it out again. This will, for the aspect of Uganda, we all know that the age of a minor is between zero ages to 18. So we do not expect to see any child in our sites or as you're implementing your contracts. Prohibition and prevention of forced labor. We know this one is it also can be a big issue where you take away national IDs of your workers, or you force someone to work against their will. So you need to make sure that you yourself and your subcontractors adhere to this principle. And then we have working condition and remuneration and compensation. So as I stated before, of course we know that there's a big problem in Uganda. We do not have a minimum wage. So most of the problems we may get are from the casual laborers. But as we've stated, you have to make sure that the wages you're giving to your workers preserve human dignity. Sit down yourself and think, if I was being paid this, could I afford the bare minimum of what is needed to take care of my family or to live a life full of dignity? So we cannot continue to hide behind the fact that our government has not put up a minimum wage to oppress the workers. And then, of course, we all know that health and safety at work, that is like the highest standard that we have to follow. bearing in mind the kind of sector that we are in. So there is no compromise when it comes to safety at work, making sure that your workers have the necessary PPEs and they are safe at all times when they are in the site. Prohibition and prevention of discrimination and harassment at work. We all know the scope of harassment. We all know the scope of discrimination. You can be discriminating in terms of gender, in terms of person's appearance or where they come from to award contracts, which you have to bear in mind that in your contracts, you are not supposed to be infringing on the right of someone by discriminating against them or harassing them at the place of work. Freedom of speech, association and collective bargaining, freedom of thought, conscience and religion. All these, you have to make sure that your workers are adhering to these. And then, of course, grievances and concerns. I had Festus hinted about it. So we have to make sure that our workers report their grievances without fear of reprisal. So what are the benefits of respecting these human rights at work? When we do respect human rights at work, it's us to benefit as contractors, and Total Energies at large. As I stated before, NGOs and civil societies have increased their expectation in this area. And in most cases, they're picking up on us on the same issue. So to avoid litigation and lawsuits, we have to follow all this. And then, of course, when your workers are being remunerated well, you will expect benefits in form of increased productivity. A worker that is happy will come to work in high spirit, and at the end of the day, you'll have achieved your investment in that person. Of course, there is also, you stand distinguished from your competitors. So when we come, of course, we all know that at some point, Total Energies will always come to do audits, and we encourage you to be open to these audits, the human rights audits that are done annually. So from the audits, you will stand apart, you will be set apart from your competitors. So at the end of the day, it's you that will benefit, but if you do not follow this, it can lead to breach of contract, and we are very serious about it. So at the end of the day, your competitors will take up your business, and somebody who has a better policy, human rights policy in their business, will have an upper hand towards you. Back to our question, I think by now, after my explanation, you can answer and see that, of course, there are instances where workers are unreasonable. So there is a need for you to strike a balance, and I believe in dialogue, trying to explain to your worker, not the boss being in an AC and you can't come down to explain to your workforce why you're giving them what you're giving them. But after you've followed all these principles and you know that you're at par with all these principles, and then you can explain to your workers, and we see that human rights is really being implemented in your workforce. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that. A big hand clap for Esther. So you can kindly take your seat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to go into the second part, which we're going to call upon Mr. Peter Sempebwa to come up and just give us a bit about supplier development initiatives. But before he does that, I'll want at least a parting shot from everybody. And I'm going to start with you, Festus, especially where labor is concerned. Let's talk benefits. Why should I be compliant?
Okay, thank you. The answer is very simple. We are trying to mitigate a couple of risks. One, I said it's related to labor. We also try to mitigate risks related to reputation and also financial loss. Those are the couple of things which normally come when we don't comply to the labor requirements we have in place. Thank you.
Wow, straight and to the point. Thanks a lot for that. Esther, your parting shot? Benefits.
Of course, it will help us to maintain our social license to operate if we are found compliant with whatever is expected of us in our contracts. Thank you.
Fantastic. Francis, benefits, and if you could also touch on the issue of budgeting, because money is very sensitive, especially now you talked about kids, and kids are going back to school. So please.
Thanks, Peter. I'm going to give free advice. 3 pieces of advice, actually 4, in terms of financial management. Very, very pertinent for the contractors. The first one, please separate your business finances from personal finances. That's one of the biggest problem we have, not just for contractors, for the industry, but a lot of SMEs and local entrepreneurs. And the reason why you should do that is that if you don't do it, many of you do business through a vehicle called a limited liability. The concept of limited liability is to limit the liability to the company. Now, once you get money from Total, which was meant to service a contract, and then you use it for children's school fees and take on a second or third partner, depending on what religion you subscribe to, then you've simply lifted that veil and exposed the entire family to that liability. So please separate, and it's very, very easy to do that. One piece of advice. The second one, avoid financial mismatch. It's okay to be in the logistics business, as in transporting goods from point A to point B, without necessarily being the owner of the truck and trailer and the vehicle itself. Because, to give you an example, Sheraton does not own this building. Many of you might be surprised to hear that. But those of you who have been in Uganda long enough, you know Airtel and MTN sold all their towers to ATC. So ATC is the biggest real estate company in this country, but they're not in the telecoms business. So it's okay to be in inventory management without being the one who owns the warehouse. It's okay to be in transport and logistics without being the one who owns the vehicles. Second piece of advice, financial mismatch. The third one is cash flow. It's in the name. Make the cash flow. How does that happen? Convert whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's goods or services, into cash and make that cash flow into the business. How does that happen? Now that's where you call me and we have a side conversation. And the final one, please read the contract. You've seen the 3 people from Total. Every time they've gone back to the contract, a lot of us get excited once we sign the contract and put it away. And then you turn up issuing an invoice and it takes like 3 months without being paid. You didn't follow the process. Please read the contract. Thank you.
Okay, very heartfelt words. Dennis, benefits, especially of compliance where taxation is concerned.
You're doing business to generate value for your shareholders. It's basically about financial benefit. Now, if you do not comply, the sanctions that are going to be meted on you are likely to erode a lot of that value. So as I finalize this, from where I sit, I see about 3 practical compliance issues that are bedeviling many of you, the contractors. One issue is immigration. If you do not mobilize people in time, the works are going to delay. If the works delay, there's likely to be a performance sanction from the contractor. Sometimes because of the pressure to mobilize, contractors find a way of bringing in employees here without their papers being in order. If that is uncovered, it's going to attract sanctions. More to that, when you bring in employees here without proper paperwork, you have to book their costs, employment costs. But remember, you'll not have a tax identification number for them. So how are you going to comply for tax with them, or even NSSF? So if you are a ACAMS, NOx, you might find yourself in trouble. Then lastly, touching a bit on what Mr. Kamlega has said, read the contract. I have encountered situations where the issue at hand is what is the amount to bill, simply because of the interpretation of the contract. You, the contractor one, suppliers, you might find that Total gives you a contract which stipulates that this is inclusive of VAT. Now, the VAT regime in which you operate, it's deemed paid. So Total is not going to pay you 100 plus 18. So if that is the case, would it mean that if you bill 100, Total should give you 100, or they should deem that because the contract stipulated that this is VAT inclusive, they should even take away the 18% VAT, because in any case, they are not supposed to pay you that. So please understand the contract. I have seen this has been a big issue for some of the contractors, and it ceases even to be a tax issue. Then it becomes a matter of interpretation of the contract. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. Alan, yours is slightly different. Let's talk about opportunities, because you've come here carrying a bag of goodies, and I think that's what we all want to hear. Where are the opportunities where procurement is concerned?
Okay, so the opportunities are always available for all interested companies and parties. But I will just borrow a comment from one of the reports that was issued by the UN around 2004. It says, who cares wins. It means contractors have a duty of care, skill, and diligence to make sure that they look out for these opportunities, to make sure that they follow industry standards, to make sure that they adhere to all applicable laws. And this is how you can obtain a social license. So today we are heading towards the last quarter of the year. And the slides, maybe they will be shared. We have a couple of lists on some of the opportunities that are ongoing and those that are upcoming. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very, very much. A big hand clap for our panel. I'm going to ask you to stay put because we are not yet done with you. There's going to be a Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you're going to get your chance to ask them to any member of the panel. I'll ask you to please not make them personal questions like how much money do you have and all those kind of things, but of course industry related. Now I'm going to call upon Mr. Peter Sempepo to kindly come up and just briefly run us through the supplier development initiatives. A big hand clap for Peter. Thing is, at one point I thought I was bolder than him, then he told me he's bolder than me, but he's going to be able to let us know. Peter, you're welcome.
Thank you, Peter. I guess that makes us the double P's. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I think my task is very simple because from the first speaker we had, they've highlighted exactly what it is that Total Energies has been intentional or intentionally doing or still and continues to do to develop suppliers. It is important and we don't pay lip service to it. So some of the things we do, and starting with where we are now, maybe if I backtrack a little, we do recognize that supplier development initiatives are vital for solving challenges that could prevent maximum participation of companies such as yours in the oil and gas sector or in the oil and gas industry. And some of the challenges or the areas that potentially could be bottlenecks to you participating have been enumerated. And in the interest of time, we probably won't go there. But if you recall, you might have had things around a lack of or limited knowledge of the sector. That's the oil and gas sector. Limited understanding of the sector requirements. Lack of certification that is required to participate or undertake certain activities. Technical competence or skill set. And difficulty in producing reliable company and financial information. The last speaker, I think, ably demonstrated that, as well as insufficient standard practices such as HSE, pricing acumen, etc., and the list is endless. So recognizing all those challenges, then TotalEnergies decides and says the only way, or one of the ways we make sure that we maximize participation, which is again a key pillar to our national content ambitions, as well as shared value, which is an overarching ambition of the company. We put in place initiatives that support supplier development. Some of those initiatives include supplier development programs such as these ones. I can guarantee you, if you take Mr. Kamlegea's offer out of this room and say, I want to consult with you, he'll stick you with a bill that we can compare notes on. So, but you have him free, not free of charge, nearly free of charge. You put in your time. He comes here, he shares with you best practices, good knowledge, solid knowledge. I've also actually had to write a few of the things he's written, so I practice them myself. The council has also shared. The team from TotalEnergies, this is to share with you insights from both within and outside, so that then when you go away, you put your affairs in order. So supplier development workshops such as this help us to do exactly that. But also importantly, through these events, there is a bit of networking. You get to meet each other and talk to each other. In addition to supplying the oil and gas, I think what is also important that we should trade with each other. So it doesn't hurt for you to come in this room, find a guy who does logistics, personnel logistics, express your need for a requirement for that, and likewise vice versa. You say, I do consultancy in HSE, and between the two of you begin to trade. So it's important that we have these, and we do have these on a quarterly basis. The other areas of, the other initiatives that we are implementing are training, standards training, or upgrading, suppliers' standards through training, coaching, and mentoring. And indeed, you may have heard that at the back end of this program, at the back end of today, there will be a recognition and graduation of some of the entities we have supported in upgrading their HSE systems and practices. The key one as well that was touched on, and of course you will have the opportunity to hear from the operator, is the Industry Enhancement Center. I will not delve into the detail. We will have an opportunity to hear from them. But we do believe, I think our Deputy General Manager mentioned it, the MC of the day mentioned it. It's an important piece of supplier development of supplier development for us, because issues that have been discussed on the podium today we believe that center should be able to support you in resolving through tailored or targeted programs. So that center is launched, not launched, but the contract has been awarded, the operator is in place and is setting up for it to open to be able to serve you. We do promote joint ventures and partnerships quite a bit. I think in all these forums you might have heard that, I mean, if you can't carry it alone, and Mr. Kamlege has put it aptly, you don't have to own the building to have a hotel, as an example. You don't have to own the trucks to run a logistics business. Or you do not have to run a hospital or a school to educate your kids. Maybe that's a bit far-fetched. Let's scratch that out. But the point is, these partnerships, these joint ventures, strategic partnerships, consortias, incidentally, the operator of the IEC, when they come up here, there will be a typical example of that collaboration. So very important. And through this, one of our supplier development initiatives targets exactly that. We don't do this in isolation. Our contractors do this as well. So for some of you who are already existing contractors, you will know or you'll appreciate that as part of what we seek from you when you bid for work with us, especially under the National Content Proposal, we'll seek to understand what your strategy is around supplier development. So we have quite a number of interesting initiatives that have been proposed by our contractors, and they still they implement this as part of their ongoing execution of contracts. You will find that some contractors have set up small associations where they train people to fabricate PPE areas, and they've also extended support in agriculture initiatives, support to standards training and upgrades, and etc. So all these are done with one aim and one aim alone, to make sure that we all ably participate in the industry and also related sectors. With those few remarks, I think they're not remarks. So with those few points, I will turn to the other Peter and see if I've done justice to it. If you have any other follow-up questions, I will take them maybe at the back end. But maybe, is it at this point where I invite it's not my place?
It actually is your place.
Okay. I've been given the honor to invite the consortium of Zoram Consulting Group and Invest in Africa, the consortium of Zoram Group of Consulting Group and Invest in Africa to come and share with us a bit around what this fancy thing called the Industry Enhancement Center is about. Jimmy, welcome. And as it comes, thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. I hope you still have energy. Let me start with the protocols, because we are not here without other senior people. So the Deputy General Manager, Madame Maria Mboa, our colleagues from Total, the PAU, who is our regulator, and all other protocols observed. Once again, good afternoon. It's an honor for me to stand in front of you to talk about something I'm passionate about. I am passionate about local content. As many of you know, I've been around for probably 27 years in oil and gas. And my appeal has always been on how do we maximize national content and create value so that Ugandans are not spectators but are players. So when we got awarded this contract, I was so happy and I was so elated because it talked to my own purpose in life. But this contract, first of all, I'm Jimmy Mgera. I'm the CEO and founder for Zoramu Consulting Group. The contract was awarded to a joint venture between Zoramu Consulting Group and Invest in Africa, which is a UK-based company. And I'll invite my colleagues soon. But we are also doing it with 2 other partners. And again, Peter talked about the value of partnership. So we're doing it with Marta Bacchus, and we're doing it with Equity Bank. So the roles of each of the joint venture partners is very, very clear. So Zoramu Consulting is a lead consortium member. We've got Invest in Africa, who have done it in several countries to be the technical leads. Marta Bacchus, as we all know, is a business school in Uganda here, which is led in adult training. And we thought, if you're going to educate SMEs, you need somebody who has the experience of running adult education. We then also brought in, and I think Peter mentioned it here, some of the things that are lacking. We thought about what is the biggest handicap to our SMEs, and it is finance. So we spoke to one of the bankers who has gone to the level of micro SMEs and brought them in as partners. So between the 4 of us, we hope to deliver the Industrial Enhancement Center. So what is the Industrial Enhancement Center? Yeah. So what is the Industrial Enhancement Center and what are the objectives? But maybe before I go down to the objectives and all everything that is on the slide, I think it is important for us to just reflect, and I think Mariam made the point here, about the achievements. So this Industrial Enhancement Center was conceived sometime in 2013 when we were wondering how do you bring the Ugandans into play. And at that time, we stated the numbers from a supply side and a demand side that would like so many Ugandans employed, would like so much contract value employed, would like to ensure that Ugandans can win contracts. So I was positively surprised to hear the achievements that Mariam threw out, numbers as we're talking. 8,500 Ugandans are currently being employed on the project. That's a big number starting from 0. Not 0, maybe 100. Of which 3,000 something, I think 3,200 are in the community. You've got 150 contracts that have been awarded to Ugandans with a value of between, I've seen 2 numbers. I think I saw 1 billion and 640. But that is having Ugandans participate in the industry. And that is the objective that we're trying to do. So the objectives of the Industrial Enhancement Center is really to try and support, this is a bigger objective, a bigger strategic objective, is to try and get the Ugandans to play in the sector. Not to be spectators, but to get value out of the sector. The second objective, which is a strategic objective for the Industrial Enhancement Center, is for those of you who are around during the exploration and appraisal phase, you know how many Ugandan companies started and collapsed because of the phases of the oil and gas. What we want to do in this Industrial Enhancement Center is to skill the Ugandans with sustainability in mind so that they can provide services beyond the oil and gas service. So that's the second other objective. But at an operational level, we've got 3 really objectives that we're chasing. One is to ensure that we share the opportunities. So we'd like to share, make Ugandans be aware of what opportunities are out there and how they can participate. So that's one operational objective. And how we are going to do that is we're going to have a website. We're going to encourage people to register on the website so that you get the information. And we're also going to encourage you to register on the National Supply Database. But we're also talking to the contractors and all the other big players so that they advertise on the center. You can then put in your button and find out what opportunities are available, what is being advertised. I'm sure, like me, many of you get shocked when you see a contract in the newspapers, and I won't say from which companies, but we've seen them. And they're advertised on the Monday, on the Tuesday, and the closing date is the Friday. We hope through the industry enhancement we can disseminate information better. The other thing which we need to do, and I think it has come through the conversations on the table, I think is to provide the enterprise development and business advisory services. How are we going to do it? You'll hear a little bit more from that, but we like to have these supplier and stakeholder engagements. We'd like to train and do capacity building programs, and we'd also like to coach and mentor Ugandan programs, that companies. Then the other one is also providing the consultancy services. The key one out there and why we have all these other partners is access to finance. And I think Francis Eble told you about why it is an important one, but also the whole idea of business sustainability. So, what is unique about the Industry Enhancement Center? I think there have been quite a lot of interventions through skilling, and thanks to everybody who has participated. But there's something that is unique, something that you can distinguish or differentiate or say, that is a different program. And there are probably 4 elements of which I would say are unique to the IEC, what you call maybe the value proposition for the IEC. The first one is we aim that it is a one-stop center. And I know everybody talks about one-stop center when you listen to the news. But we really aim that it's a one-stop center, that you can access information through the website, that you can access the opportunities that are out there through the website, that you can access capacity building. So we're also going to provide capacity building in the areas which are relevant, and that you can also access finance. So we're also partnering with the Bankers Association so that we can have not only Equity Bank, who is our partner, but all the other banks, because you may have a particular bank that you want to work with. But work with them to be able to help the SMEs access finance that will allow them to participate in the projects. Then the other one is that ours is a real practical approach. So that's why I'm saying it is unique in that many times they teach you about capacity building or teach you about access to finance, but then they don't give you the opportunities. Here we are with almost a holistic 360-degree support program. The second value proposition is a collaborative approach, whereby through the center, we aim to bring the various tier 1, tier 2 contractors to sit with the SMEs on the round table, share the information, but also share some of the, even the licensees, Total, Sinok, share the experiences. I think Alan put up a slide here, which was a useful slide, and I wish I had also seen that slide, because I think there was quite something which are really pertinent. But that information today sits in some places, and there is nowhere people go and sit on a round table and hear these kind of things. So we'd like it to be a collaborative approach, and we'll bring even the government agencies, including PAU, URA, UNLBRS, NSSF, to support the SMEs to ensure that they do the business they need to do. Then we'd like to leverage the best practice, and that's why we've brought in a partner like Invest in Africa, who's done it in Guinea, he's done it in Ghana, they've done it in Mozambique, and would like to hear what is the best practice out there of enterprise development. Because there has to be, we are not going to be reinventing the wheel. Some people have done it and would like to do the same thing. Then the other thing which we'd like to do is around bid management, and I think we've had quite a lot of bid management today. I don't want to go through that. But also thinking about sustainability beyond the development phase of the project. Then the final value proposition for us is that we are creating a center that will be resourceful. Again, to my colleagues in PAU and Total, there have been so many skilling out there. But today, there is no one place like a library where you enter and go and find all this information, where you can access the information. So we want the IEC to be a repository of all the capacity building initiatives that have been taking place. So that if somebody wants information on bidding and you've registered to be part of the IEC, it is just a click of the button. You get best practice and you ensure that we are not repeating mistakes that have been repeated by other people. But also, we are talking to PAU to see how we can have a linkage to the National Supply Database and the IEC website. So in a nutshell, those are what I would say are the value propositions as far as the IEC is concerned. Of course, we've got a governance around that. So we've got a steering committee. On the top level, it will be the licensees, Total, CNOC, UNOC, and then plus ourselves as players. Then you also have the operating steering committee and a project team. And an advisory group which we can call on for advice as and when we think it's useful. Today you have some good development partners who we think could be part of our advisory group. Then the core project team. So this is the core project team. You may recognize some of the faces in the room. And Ibrahim Minu is the project manager. Please stand up. Ibrahim is from Ghana and has spent 15 years doing enterprise development. Angelina Dio Miski, she's the technical director and capacity development. The other few people are not in the room, but you'll see that when we come to access to finance, the guru of access to finance in Uganda is on the core team, Mr. Francis Kamlega, who is a director with Zoram. So, and then myself as the project director. Let me invite Minu to come and talk us a little bit more around the how. I've probably given you a little bit about the what, but let me invite Minu Ibrahima to take us through. Welcome, Minu.
Thank you, Jimmy. Good morning to you all. As Jimmy has already introduced me, I'm Ibrahima Aminu from Ghana. It's good to be here. I feel very welcome. It's also refreshing that I'm coming from a country that's already quite far along on its own oil and gas journey. We did commercial production, we started in 2011. And I must say that we've been learning some lessons, some very difficult lessons. And we're hoping to come and share those lessons here and see how we can support the development of the sector here in Uganda. So I think as far as the deliverables of the project are concerned, they're quite neat and tidy. And I think it's really for us to be able to make sure that we have the linkages throughout the various objectives that are going to provide us the leverage and indeed the impact that we require. First of all, we're going to launch a website, and this website is going to obviously have quite a lot of content about the industry. It's going to have quite a lot of content about how to develop your business, how to make sure that your business actually outlives yourself. And it's going to provide opportunities where you can see what contracts are available, what are the requirements of the industry, what are the standards, what kind of certification you require to actually participate in the industry, and so on and so forth. The website is going to be, as one of our websites in other markets that we run, a place where when SMEs register, they can almost get as much as they need to develop their businesses on that website directly. We're also going to try and create forums where the suppliers, the contractors, can be able to, have open and honest conversations among themselves, and even open up business opportunities for each other as well. Underpinning all the work that we're going to do is going to be the strategy that we're going to develop for the IEC. And for us, that's really going to dictate the how. And to your point, that's going to be almost like our Bible as well. That will obviously lead us to the success factors that we want to achieve. And then we're going to set up the physical center itself, where it is a physical building where you can actually walk in, be able to access the training rooms, be able to access the resource center, and actually be able to get capacity building live and in person. In order for us to succeed, and I've heard a lot about partnerships and joint venturing, so I'm not going to talk too much about that, but I think we really underestimate the value of collaboration. And I think in my work across Africa, one of the Achilles heel for African businesses is the fact that, everybody wants to own 100% of a business worth 50,000, rather than just 20% of a business that's worth 5 million. So I think once we change that mindset and we all work together, we should be able to have businesses that are larger and that can actually compete. The execution of the IEC is going to involve quite a lot of training, and I think our target number is 900 that are going to walk in, through the door in 3 years, so an average of about 300 per year. And the idea is really to try and make sure that beyond just the softer skills that we're supporting on, things like formalizing your business, understanding the standards, making sure that you have the right financial structures and accounting policies and so on. But it's also the technical training component, where we have some commitment from some of the tier 1 contractors to support us in delivering that. And I think it's key that when SMEs walk in through the door, they're able to get technical support, whether it be areas such as welding, for example, or maybe fabrication or engineering. And I think that can then help them to be able to move to the next level. Sustainability of businesses, as we've spoken about quite extensively in today's session, has always been challenging. How do we make sure that businesses outlive the first generation? And I'll give you a statistic. On the African continent, only 35% of businesses outlive the first generation. So how do we harness the work of the IEC to try and move that, even if it's to 40% of businesses outliving the first generation? The other sustainability key deliverable for us is, how do we keep the doors open of the IEC even beyond the funding that we've received from Total? How do we bring other partners on board to help us run an IEC that will be 100 years old? And then how do we embed sustainability measures for the businesses, a lot of who are in the room today? How do you source better? How do you reduce your own carbon footprint? The IOCs across the world are all transitioning, so to speak, to become energy companies because of the fact that we've got, challenges with our ozone layer. So how do we make sure that you as businesses are able to embed sustainability methodologies in the way you operate as well, so that you become a lot more sustainable to the environment? And then obviously we'll do regular reporting to our client, demonstrating what we've done for the various periods, as well as what has been achieved. And then we're going to monitor the businesses that are going to walk through the door to have a look at what was their baseline when they entered the IEC, and what are they doing now 3 years down the line, 5 years down the line. And we will document all of this. We will pick out champions, people that we will ventilate out there to the public and say, this guy walked in through the door, he was turning over 50,000, he's gone through the IEC, he's now doing 1 million a year. And I think these are the kind of stories that we want to tell to be able to demonstrate that the IEC is actually having some impact. As the proverbial new administration, would always want to be judged on what they can do in their first 100 days, we would also want to be judged on what we think we can deliver in our first 100 days. And I think we've already done quite a lot, and there's a few more things that we would like to achieve. The first one is that we've set up the project team, which was obviously shown in one of the previous slides. We have begun our stakeholder analysis, and we're mapping out who is going to contribute to the IEC, what sort of value they're going to bring. And then we're developing our strategic plan, which is going to underpin the execution of the IEC. And very soon we'll be launching our website. And I know there'll be a lot of questions about, so how do we get involved? How do we get registered on the IEC? All of these questions will be answered for you as soon as you're able to get in touch with us. And then obviously strategic partnerships. I mean, Jimmy's spoken at length about our relationship with PAU, the licensees, and other local stakeholders. And it's going to be important for us to work together, or else we can't deliver what we want. And then we will launch the IEC Center itself. That's the physical building. Hopefully we'll try and communicate that as widely as possible, not just within Kampala, but across the regions as well. And if you want to get involved, please do send us an email. Just send an email out to info@zoramu.com, and you will get someone who will get back in touch with you, and then we can start, rolling out the process and how you can get involved. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and we're available to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. A big hand clap for him. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of information has been flowing from this side to that side. It's that point now when the information starts coming this way in the form of Q&As. I can see a gentleman stretching there. I don't know whether he's already put his hand up because he's got a question. But if you've got a question, please put your hand up and the microphone will be brought to you. You can be able to ask anything under the sun because we are looking for information. So okay, the other gentleman just came and picked the laptop. I was worried about that. By show of hands, any questions, queries, comments, can direct it to any of the speakers who have been there. We've got one question. We've got also a question over here. We've got a question right over there. So I'll kindly request you to stand up, tell us who you are, what you do, and who you're directing your question to.
Hello, my name is Nizima Esther. I am a petroleum geoscientist by profession. I currently work as the operations manager for Geology and Geophysics Skills Limited. We do consultancy and trainings in oil and gas. I'm going to direct my question to my namesake, Esther. You talked about human rights, and I am standing to represent women here. Now, as women in the oil and gas sector, and also in other sectors, there is a challenge we face. You have a job, you're doing well, and maybe you get married, and at some point you're pregnant, so you would need like a maternity leave, or maybe your roles to be modified a bit during that time. And it so happens that in some companies, once you get pregnant, you begin preparing your way out. And I would like to use this opportunity, since we are having so many employers here, our bosses are here with us. Now, Madam Esther, I would like you to enlighten us about your policy as Total Energies regarding that, and maybe you would let our other employers know. I'm not saying my own employers, but generally, because I get these comments from ladies. Maybe there is recently, I'm in a WhatsApp group, and that topic came up. So everyone is worried about that moment when it happens and you're laid off. And personally, in my past, it actually happened to me, but I took it positively because for me, myself, I needed that time. I actually just resigned the job. But I understand a situation where someone still needs the job, wants to work, and now it is their boss giving them an exit. So what is the right way to handle that situation? Thank you very much.
Okay. We're going to take at least 2 other questions. Then, or Esther, you can be able to start with that. You're in the firing line already.
Thank you so much, Esther, for your question. Indeed, gender issue is a very big, it's a very big issue in this sector because traditionally this sector was taken to be masculine for the men, and right now we're seeing women coming up in this sector, and there is need for us to adhere to align towards the fact that women are now in this oil and gas sector. As Total Energies, of course, before starting the project, we carried out a human rights impact assessment, and one of the salient issues, these are issues that of course we may have other issues, but these are very core to the human rights in human right violation in the areas or countries where we operate. And indeed, one of the salient issues was gender, the issue relating to gender. So now you've been given our human rights annual report. There is a section on the same, on gender. So, of course, speaking for TEPU, we do have a gender management plan that is being implemented by the social team. Festus is here, he can try to give us more insight in it. I may not delve much into it, but of course we do acknowledge that gender issues are a big problem. Speaking for TEPU, there was a time we had an issue in the camps, and the women were complaining mainly about harassment. Because of the nature of the camps, you know how the camps were, as I said, traditionally, camps were actually created to favor the men, not the women. But we came out using our gender management plan, and right now, as we speak in Bugungu camp, we have a separate wing for ladies where they sleep and where they're comfortable to stay within the camp. And of course, when we recently went to the industrial area to launch out the Workers' Voice tool, the issue of pregnancy came out clearly, and Esther, you're right. That is a big issue that the women on ground are complaining about, and we are still looking for a way how to zero down to the respective contractors and trying to see that there is a gender management plan that is put in place to try and address these issues that are related to gender. So from the background, you can see that as the mother company, we are doing our best, and we expect the contractors to do the same. Festus, is there anything you can add on? I think that is it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that. We've got another question behind there. But in the meantime, can Adrien Kirabu kindly just come forward to the registration desk, please? We've got a gift for you there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm a backbencher, but by name I'm called Matthew Semogerede. I'm from Eastings Consult. We deal in supply of waste management tools and technologies. So my question goes straight away to Zoram. Actually, I'm very happy for that initiative. Just as you know, oil and gas sector is a very critical sector, in other words to say. And I was very happy for that initiative whereby we are going to provide us training. Yeah, our company is among the beneficiaries where we received the training with regards to HSC management. But in my commentary, it was a short-lived training, and yet we are speaking about critical factors that we are a must-have if you are to benefit from any opportunity. But I saw that one of their agendas is basically to provide continuous training, because that was the question, that how are you going to provide continuous training and engagement to the SMEs such that they are able to best fit within the oil and gas sector. So the other question which I also wanted to know, the requirements. For example, for the other first target companies over 900, are you going to be charging us? So how are we going to? That's what I needed. I need clarification on that. And then also the other question which I needed was that is Total Energies willing to provide more training to the SMEs such that they are able to best fit? Just as I told you, the oil and gas sector is a critical one. So, and through continuous training is how you are able to mastermind all the nitty-gritties, the do's and don'ts in a sector. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Angelina Diominski. So thank you for your question. So your first question was about how do we continue to provide training to support the development, knowing that it's critical. One of the foundations that we are trying to put in place is to make sure that SMEs have a number of interventions throughout the entire phase. So before one joins, they're going to be assessed, and based on the needs identified, we're going to then tailor interventions for them. So depending on your needs, you either have a number of solutions from basic training, technical training, coaching and support, which will take a certain number of touch points throughout a number of months. And so that will ensure that you are not just receiving one-day training, but you are receiving a number of trainings to support the outcomes. So for example, to register on a NSD platform, if you need to acquire certain documentations because you understand the requirements, but you don't have it, what we will do is help you acquire the needed support, documentations to be able to then meet the requirement and then apply for it. So that becomes one set of solution we would have provided. And same would apply for whether you're looking for market diversification, access to finance. So there'll be a different number of interventions to be provided over a period. What is important is that even though we have a target of 900 SMEs to support, it will be based on a number of things. One being the commitment of the enterprise. Because don't forget, resources are being allocated for this project. So we want to make sure that these resources are allocated to those SMEs that are committed to their own development, are willing to grow, and are coachable in the process as well. So it's not, this is how I do my business, and then the continuous support, you still want to do it just the same way without growing. And I think it's one of the things that we will have to look at, is say, to transition from one phase of training to the other, you will have to meet a number of criteria to be able to be migrated from training 1 to training Z, depending on your needs. I'll let Jimmy take the next question. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. Please give her a round of applause. So first of all, thanks for the question. But the question of, do we charge for the training? It is not so much about us making money and getting the money from the SMEs. It is to ensure that we achieve the strategic objective, that Ugandans are able to participate, that Ugandans are able to win contracts, and that at the end of the project, the M&E which we spoke about, that Ugandans, so many companies were impacted, so much value was created. That is our measure to success. But in terms of do we charge, I think I'll leave that to our bosses. Rosette, where's Rosette? Rosette, where are you?
She's just dealing with an issue outside.
Okay, then Peter maybe might take it, or you can delegate upstairs to your boss. But for me, the request I want to appeal to you as fellow Ugandans, if you have an opportunity to train and you are given a 2 weeks training, please send the right people and let them be there for 2 weeks. If it means that for sustainability purposes, we are going to ask you to put a fee as a deposit, you train. And when you graduate after the 2 weeks, we give you back the money. We might just have to do that. But for the sake of sustainability. But let me hand it over to our bosses.
Any more questions? Anybody?
We have one right over there, and then we'll come back to the gentleman that side.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Peter. Is the ICE considering educate vendors on sustainability issues, climate policy, and business continuity plans, just in case of force majeures, pandemics? Then has the ICE considered extending its services to the prospective vendors in the Tilenga project area? And if so, how is that being done? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think those are very sound questions. The first one around sustainability is quite clear that it's one of the pillars that's going to underpin the operations of the IEC. In terms of, obviously looking at where the world is going today, we need to have businesses that are going to be compliant with, the green revolution. And not only for you to be able to sustain yourself, but to also help your ultimate client, if you're doing business with Total, who has a strategy on cleaning themselves up themselves, for you to be able to plug in and be able to, obviously support them in doing that. So that one is clear for us. In terms of sustainability at the business level, we're going to help you develop business plans that are going to have sustainability methodologies in terms of how do you hand over, responsibility. How does the business outlive you as the owner? And as I said, we've seen that across the continent, that businesses normally stagnate once the founder is not there anymore. Your second question about whether we're going to take this to the regions, it's part of our mandate. And so we are going to have regional, outposts. Training is going to be provided at the regional level as well. And I want to emphasize this, that we don't want this to be a Kampala thing. It's got to be something that can be felt across the country. Because at the end of the day, it's not just businesses in Kampala that are contributing to the socio-economic agenda of Uganda as a country. But so we are going to take it to the project side. We are going to take it to all the other regions to ensure that we can cover as many businesses as possible.
All right, thanks for that. We've got one. Okay, now the hands are coming up. I'll say we'll do just these 3 questions here, then we need to move to the second part. If I can kind of have a microphone on this side. And we'll start with the lady, in all fairness. Okay. Yes. Yes, it's right here. We'll start with him first then.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Michael Oleke. I work for Health Promotion International. I was excited when I heard Alex was around here. I have one question for Alex, then the other one will go for Esther. Maybe let me begin with Alex. Power as a regulator, there's a key concern in the community, especially for the SMEs, in terms of how do they get access to the national database, NSD registration. It's a key concern. Most people find it really very difficult to get onto the NSD, which is a key requirement to participate in the bidding process in oil and gas. So maybe Alex will give us a highlight on how can such SMEs be in position to go? Are there specific requirements required of that? Then the other one on human rights that goes to Esther. As the statement looks right now, it's like we are looking at one side of the coin in terms of the human rights. In terms of the community, do we have a redress mechanism of human rights violations that is associated by the host communities on the contractors on ground?
Okay, we'll also take the other question behind that.
Thank you. My name is Edward Kavongoya. I'm a teacher at the College of Education, Makerere University. I have one question for Jimmy. I've liked your innovation of the Industrial Enhancement Center. I've liked your unique qualities and your deliverables. I have two questions. Number one is, how is your legal status? I'm hearing we. I've seen Total in your slide there. I've seen your consulting firm. But how is your legal status? How are you regulated in Uganda? Are you accredited by the National Council for, or you are just regulated by Uganda Petroleum? Is it, are you registered, or it is a club of the likes, the gurus in petroleum? Who are you legally?
And we had one last question there, and then we'll...
Thank you. My name is Alex from Geotropic Consults. And my question also goes to Zoramo Consulting. And I've seen that this project is supposed to be winding up in 2016, when you will be handing over the Industry Enhancement Center to government. And that is where I pick interest. It's possible that it could be vibrant and very successful over the 3-year period. But my worry is at handover. Do we have any plans and guarantee of continuity after it's been passed over to the government of Uganda? What strategic plans are in place for it to outlive the duration for which you are engaging with Total Energies? Thank you.
All right, thanks. So we'll start with Alex.
Peter? Sorry, Peter. Yes. I think if we're closing, could we close with a lady, please?
Yeah, I've been
She's
looking
been
for a
here
lady.
For a while,
I've been looking for a lady.
I'm advocating for my gender.
All right.
The last one.
Thank you. Hello. Hi, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Total for this wonderful
stand
event.
up so we can see you, because the guys at the end of the room can't see you.
My name is Sanyu, and I work with Aldelia HR Beyond Limited. We are a global manpower firm, and we do a lot of global mobility, especially in oil and gas recruitment and manpower sourcing. I have two questions, and one goes to Alan. Does Total have an onboarding program for new vendors or newcomers? The reason I'm asking this is because I've worked in a couple of agencies, and usually the beginning is very, very hard. You know, you don't know where to go for someone to take you through the process on how to onboard, what are the Total policies that we must adopt, and everything else. The second question goes to IEC. I understand these programs, that capacity building programs are for vendors only. Do we have individuals that can come and apply, or do you guys have a plan on onboarding individuals that are related to oil and gas that can come in and also apply for these programs? Thank you.
All right, thanks. So we'll start with Alex, then to Esther, and then Jimmy Mugero will tell us who he is.
Thank you very much. A quick response to Michael's question, and thank you very much for that observation. I think it's feedback that we've received quite a number of times. The National Supplier Database is, I'm sure most of us know it, is a very key requirement for you to participate in the oil and gas sector. And we are aware that, it's not friendly to every potential contractor. So what the authority usually does is that we conduct registration clinics at least, I think twice in a year at least, and we have one planned for, I think, next month. We usually pitch camp in the key districts of Noya, Hoima, Masindi, Bulisa, Chikube. We usually go there, give people time, about a week or so, help them register on the National Supply Database. But for sustainability purposes, we have offices in Hoima, we have an office in Bulisa, and our people usually offer that help in terms of how do you register, what are the requirements, and how can we help you. So that's what we are doing to ensure that people get registered on the NSD. So when we normally do have these clinics, we work closely with different stakeholders. NSSF is in Hoima, so we work closely with the team in Hoima. URA has an office in Hoima. We also work closely with the team in Hoima. So we come together and do those clinics. That's what we're currently doing. And I'm sure it's helping a lot of people, in addition to us being in those specific locations, the offices that PAU operates in both Bulisa and Hoima districts. Thank you.
Thanks. Esther?
Well, thank you for your question. So I'll tackle this question in starting from the company, what we are doing in our grievance handling mechanism, and then to some of our contractors that we work with as the Human Rights Department. At TEPU, we have a robust grievance handling mechanism where we have grievance coordinators and officers that are based on ground that pick up on the issues that are raised from the communities. And how do we get the issues from the communities? We do have community liaison officers that are on ground, like 24/7, they're on ground, Monday to Sunday, picking up on issues from the communities and uploading on our grievance mechanism. And then, of course, we do have a toll-free line where they can call, anyone can call when they have a grievance and they report to the company. And there's also an option of reporting to the LC1, and these issues are picked up. Now, there was a time there was a complaint, and people requested for us to open up an office in Bulisa, and we did open an office in Bulisa, and people are free to move in and register their complaints, and all these complaints come up to the company and are handled. Now, from the other side of contractors, of course, we've been doing trainings to contractors on how to adhere to human rights, and we are happy to see that some contractors like McDermott, they have a human rights section where they have human rights officers moving on ground, one-on-one, and registering all the human rights issues. So this comes to this room to say that it's very important to have that aspect of human rights for your investments?
Good question. So the question was, with English, is that the answer is in the words. Two companies have joined to venture, and that venture is to set up and develop the IEC on behalf of Total. So two commercial enterprises, one is a Ugandan company, one is a UK company. They've joined together to form a joint venture, limited liability, partnership, sole trader, all those are different legal establishments as far as corporate law is concerned. And in addition, they brought on board two other partners who have then joined them as a consortium. That's Matt Abacus and Equity. So you now have a resource of various enterprises, each one bringing specialist expertise. And ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that listening to Mino here and Angelina, these two technical partners of ours from the UK, you'll accept that there's some expertise that we don't have in this market. And after the 36 months when we're going to be in operation, you'll agree that that expertise, we needed it. And that's why national participation in Uganda is not just about who holds a Ugandan passport. It's about knowledge transfer, it's about skilling, it's about creating value here in Uganda. So who are we? We are a joint venture. Who are the joint venture partners? It is Zoram Consulting, a Ugandan company, and Invest in Africa, a UK company. Then who are other partners? It is Equity, which is a Ugandan financial institution regulated by the Bank of Uganda, and it's Matt Abacus, which is an adult education training center regulated by the National Council for Higher Education. And that then is a consortium. And those 4 enterprises are the ones who are going to create that magic of scaling and building capacity and building the enterprise capability in this country. So from a legal perspective, there are legal entities. From a regulatory perspective, there are various regulators that are involved. From the nationality, you saw the pictures there, we can talk about the individuals. And from the National Council for Higher Education, again, there are aspects. But we're not an educational institution. We are not. But like I said, Professor would really welcome you to visit us because that's why we're here and we are only starting. Katani Kavutandis.
So, then my brother here asked about sustainability. What is the sustainability of the project beyond 36 months? So beyond 36 months, it is in the strategy, as you saw the deliverables. So there are about 8 deliverables. I think deliverable number 6 is about sustainability. How shall we ensure that this project, the IEC, goes beyond the project life of 36 months? So we're being very purposeful and very strategic that from day one, we're already thinking about sustainability.
I think it would be good for me to probably just indicate that one of the outcomes that was mentioned was about diversification of the sector beyond oil and gas. Integrate into the supply chain. So we are not just looking at only the high tier SMEs, but even small, medium enterprises, and even micro enterprises that have the appetite to become suppliers in the oil and gas sector. So we have support for all the different categories. So yes, if you're an individual, you can come on board, but with the mindset that you're going to formalize your business and then be able to integrate into the supply chain. Thank you very much.
Okay, so what we're going to do, because time is not really on our side, if anybody has any more questions, queries, or if they feel that their question was not adequately answered, we will be breaking for lunch and we can continue the conversation over lunch, or you can be able to hand in your question to any of the key members of the team. Now, I want us to thank our panelists with a big hand clap thank you for that. And I'm going to ask you to kindly take your seats. You have been awesome, patient, and great. But more so, ladies and gentlemen, a big hand clap for Rosette.
Peter's done a very good job. So, your microphones, just help me.
Peter has done a very good job. Another round of applause for him, please. Next time, hopefully, he will be part of our trainings, and perhaps he can then get the goodies that we are going to see some members of the audience receive today. We are in our last session, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your patience. We are about 25 minutes over our time, so we request that you bear with us so that in the next 15 minutes, we can recognize the SMEs who participated in our health, safety, and environment management systems training. Just help me put them up. As a brief background, we had this training start about a year ago. We had 150 Ugandan enterprises participate. What you see on the screen is what this training involves. It's a staged training where different members of an organization are taken through various specific trainings, but then coaching and mentoring on how to establish the right health, safety, and environment management systems. You may ask yourself, why is this very important for you as a business or an enterprise? And not just only for the energy sector, but safety and health and environment are important for us in our sustainability agenda. And having in place the right management systems, the right resources, the right principles, policies, and record-keeping systems is very important. And for those who have been part of our bidding and contract execution, you know that these are some of the key or fundamental requirements. So Total Energies took that step forward and said, let's support companies. The first cohort is the 150. The list is going to be displayed there. Some of them are from the central area or from Kampala, but we also have beneficiaries from the Albertine area. And out of these 150, 22 companies were successful in their overall training and went further to be coached and then audited for purposes of ISO certification. And we're happy to say that these 22 all passed with flying colors. So as we welcome them with a round of applause, I would like us to hand over their ISO certification certificates. And this will be done by our Deputy General Manager, who is our chief guest today, Mrs. Mariam Namperamboa. As she comes up to the stage, I'll read up the names of the companies. Please come, receive your certificate, and then we'll take a group photo. So Peter will help me read out those names.
Okay, Coded Welders and Contractors Uganda Limited. Bat Consult International Limited. Bat Consult International Limited. Consults rather. AK Estates Limited. AK Estates Limited. Hoima Resort Hotel. Hoima Resort Hotel.
After you receive your certificate, please wait on the side for the group photo.
Sol Engineering Systems Limited. Sol Engineering. Probity Engineering and Investment Limited. Silver Fleet Limited. Oxygas. Gold Leaf Holdings Limited, Gold Leaf. Tamsac Development Link, Uganda Limited. Aleni and Noah General Trading and Construction Company Limited. Aleni and Noah. Mude Mabon Construction Company Limited. Mude. Atlas Cargo Systems Limited. Atlas. Atlas. Nope. Okay. NSI Water Limited. NSI. 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 Zoram Consulting Group Limited. Geology and Geophysics Skills Limited. Geology and Geophysics. Mark Investments. Mark Investments. Riverbank Engineering. Riverbank. Ground Control Engineering Construction Limited. Ground Control. Sport Surveyors and Engineering Consultants. Sport Surveyor. Oh, sorry, Sport Surveyors. JBN Consults and Planners. Kabalega Resorts Limited.
So, ladies and gentlemen, those are 22 successful ISO certified companies. Please, a round of applause for them. And if you could please come up on the stage for a group photo just to celebrate your achievement. We also want to recognize the companies that did this training and mentoring, as well as oversaw the eventual certification. The first is Task, the Assessment and Skilling Center, as well as Sunmaker Energy Uganda Limited. Please come with your certificates so that we can see them visibly as you take the photo. And then the cameraman, if you could help to organize and guide us how to arrange ourselves. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you for those who took part in the training. Again, I want to remind us that we have a second cohort. So in case you missed out in this call for applications, please make sure that you look out. We always advertise our call for applications, our capacity building activities on our website, on our social media, Twitter or X handle, as well as in the press, in the print press. So, yes, you've seen the companies that got certified, but it's always good to listen to the people who went through this journey. We therefore request to give some time, a slot of about 3 to 4 minutes for each company. We have 2 testimonials who want to come on stage and share with you their journey, their story. So I'll first invite Mr. Grace Muchibi from the Coded Welders. He's an inspiring story, this young man, even to myself, but I won't spoil it by telling you why he inspires me. I'll let him speak in his own words. Please come up. Let me also invite Miss Sophia from JBN Consults. She will give us her the second testimonial.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muchibi Grace Mukasa, team leader, Coded Welders and Contractors Uganda Limited. I would like to start by saying thank you very much to Total E&P for the opportunity to get certified for that standard. But not only that, I would like to say thank you because for the few that know my story, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Total E&P. Neither would Coded Welders be here if it wasn't for Total E&P. So I would like you to help me give a round of applause to Total E&P. So I will just take you back, then I'll bring you up front. I was one of the I was part of the group that was trained for coded welding by Total E&P in around 2018. We were 25 people in the whole of Uganda that got that training, got chance to be trained. We were in Luengo, other guys were in Hoima. So when I reached the training, I didn't have a background of training. I applied and I used my physics, and as a man, I had done some diploma in petroleum engineering. But I got interested to get a skill because many people had done such courses at degree level. So would I compete with them? So I said, let me go and try this out. Fortunately enough, I went through the interviews and I was given a chance to train. Now, reaching the training, I asked myself in my heart, after this, what? There's a lot of excitement when we're going for that training. People thought Total is going to give us jobs after here, we're going to be employed by. So may I ask myself, what after? So I told my colleagues at the inception of the training, guys, we need to organize ourselves in order not to be exploited later on, because they were excited about getting jobs. I wasn't sure about that. So I said, it's better we be ready for whatever comes up to take up opportunities. So I told guys, and we kept training. They didn't give it enough thought. So after the training, I asked the guys, we have trained, we are done with training. Then what? We are going home to do what? Because during the training, you see the expectations kept on changing. The person that started training thinking they're going to be employed by Total, now at the tail end of it all, knew that they're being given a skill. You get? Because the industry wasn't that busy, so where are you going to get a job to do welding? Weld where? So I told guys, you know what, let us form ourselves into anything, but let us come together such that we have we have bargaining power in case of anything. So we brought up ideas. That is how the company came up. So after that training, we started this company. Not officially, but we started it from that training. So I'd like again to say thank you to Total E&P. Thank you very much. Because that dream wouldn't have been realized, wasn't it, for that training. Now, going forward to the ISO certification. As a young company striving to work in oil and gas, oil and gas is a critical industry that needs a lot of qualifications, and they're expensive to attain. So when we saw such opportunities, we said, let us give it a try. They asked for some stuff that we had, others we didn't. But we said, what do we lose? We lose nothing by trying. So we said, let us give it a try. Fortunately, we went through. And they say the rest is history. We're here. So unless there is anything else, I'll just say thank you very much. And we are striving to get more qualifications to impact our other colleagues, because the purpose of us actually forming a company was to impact colleagues that had done the training, to also benefit from the skill, not only in oil and gas, but also other industries, because welding is not only for oil and gas. We do other businesses. We weld, if you have a house, we can make you windows. We do other things. So it is to help us impact our lives, but also our colleagues that did the training and also those that didn't, because we carry out some training. We don't certify, but we can train you because we have the skill, we can transfer it. Later on, you can go and get certified. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Grace. And I think for me, again, to go back to why your company inspires me, you're young men. I hope there are some women as well. You didn't mention that. But yes, I encountered you in that welder training, and when the session came out, I was very impressed that you came out with a spirit of entrepreneurship. You understood what the sector was like. You knew that the opportunity was coming ahead, but you went ahead to start your own enterprise, to get yourself established in fabrication and other forms of welding. And we look forward to seeing you involved in the Tilenga project as a coded welders, and we think, yeah, your future is bright. So thank you so much for sharing your story. Oh yes, you are already involved? Oh.
We actually got a chance to supply that 4,000-man camp. We are supplying them with beds, camp beds. So we are involved, and we are still getting involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Grace. So over to you, Sophia, JBN Consults. Please share with us your testimony.
Thank you very much. I'm Leo Safia Ojulu, the lead implementer ISO 45001-2018 for JBN Consults. Our story is an interesting one, and I believe all the SMEs in here could actually relate to it. First of all, before this program came in, we had a gap, we'd call it a bottleneck in bidding of. You would find that you have the technical expertise and experience required for certain jobs, but then you're kicked off by the ISO requirement, which is the minimum, the health and safety management systems. So when an advert was run, we saw this as an opportunity to pick up and scale up our competitiveness in the industry and outside oil and gas. Yes, we took it on. We really, at this point, appreciate Total Energies for the knowledge and skill set that they delivered to us. Because away from the 22 companies that have benefited from the ISO certification, the other over 150 companies had a training, and they all have, I believe now, all have management systems in place. And the incidences in their facilities and the safety culture should have improved. That is a testimony to JBN Consults. For the few that have come to our office, our safety culture, the outlook of the company has highly improved. So back to the training, being an ISO lead implementer now is not something that, I attained before this. It is a skill set that was impacted on me through the training and then the coaching, through the different supervisors that were given to us during that session. I would really appreciate the tireless efforts of Total Energies during that session. I remember at any call, you're always available to ensure that we actually understood what the ISO requirements meant and what it meant to incorporate them into our processes and systems. This has helped us, first of all, to have an operational system in place, and then our management, just to recognize the presence of our Managing Director, Mr. Nelson Omagor. They picked the desire and interest to put resources into this. So beyond the ISO 4500, we are also now seeing that we are enrolling into ISO 900-01 and then 14. But it's not something that would have been possible without Total Energies' initiative to make us realize that beyond the business, you can actually get accredited and have these international standards in place. This has, as a company, this has enabled us have quite a number of contracts, so the contracts getting in, improving. We can't say it's our effort. Total Energies has prayed this for us, and I believe for so many other companies, because having contracts now going we have contracts with CNOC, then we are having contracts in Tanzania, and moving into Mozambique and all this. It's not something I believe because before this, you would wonder, is it all, is there something beyond, the national, the national jobs that are available? But the standards have given us an opportunity to explore beyond our abilities as a company. And I see the returns coming in. So I would really like at this point to appreciate the commitment Total Energies is having to empowering and skilling the local content. We really appreciate this and take it with we are honored to always, take on these opportunities, and we look forward to further engagements. And then just for those that may be thinking, okay, these programs could be for specified persons. No, the prerequisite for this was just being registered on the National Supplier Database. That was the prerequisite, and then the other requirements was the result of fulfilling to be on the National Supplier Database. So I encourage us to take up these opportunities, because today I'm looking at also attaining a certificate in ISO lead implementership, because I've been inspired by that mentorship you've given us. So thank you very much. It's a new twist for my career, basically, and we are glad. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sophia. So what I hear from you is you started off with a challenge that you actually struggled to progress in the bidding process because of lack of the HSE management system requirements. And now you see that you are winning bids. So that's a very important thing for us, ladies and gentlemen. If you have over time been given this feedback, why not take that step forward and address that gap? And we as Total Energies are there to support you with that and moving forward through the Industry Enhancement Center. Similar programs will also continue being given. I also heard from you the element that safety has become a culture in the organization,
Sure, yeah.
which is very, very important, because when it becomes a culture, it means every individual takes it at heart. I also liked that you've looked at your business development capacity grow, because you're looking beyond Uganda, you're targeting contracts in Tanzania, you're targeting contracts in Mozambique. And as we know, we want to develop the energy sector in Uganda, not only for East Africa, but also for Southern Africa, where we see a lot of other oil and gas or energy-related projects growing. So congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
Continue with the same spirit, and let's also continue to inspire others. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. So now it's about 10 minutes to 2 p.m. I think we need to wrap up. We've had quite an engaging session. We've been together since 9 a.m. for those who came earlier, since 8 a.m. Before we wrap up, in most of these sessions, there's always key takeaways, and the key takeaways come from the organizers. I want to switch it up a bit today, and I request my colleagues to help me out. I think we need to get key takeaways from the audience. Don't you think so? Yeah? Okay. So can we agree to have a key takeaway from volunteers? Anyone? Melida, you've seen someone? Okay. The gentleman over there. What's your key takeaway of the day?
Thank you so much. My name is Martin Tuma, and I work with a company called Avant Energy Services Limited. National content, stroke HS lead. Very grateful for Total Energies for organizing such a very, very wonderful event. When I was given an opportunity to serve in the designation, I know we are having here lecturers. He said we. So I noticed that we are having lecturers. There's no a specific designation, a specific course called national content at the university. So usually when we come for such events, we learn a lot. So very, very grateful. And personally, I would say, as Avant, we are having such certificates in place. But I want to congratulate the companies that have achieved such a milestone. I believe that those that have not yet achieved, it's the right way to go. And finally, from me, I want to say, journey masses to all of you to your destination. Thank you.
Thank you. Melida, there's a lady over there. I see a hand up.
Greetings, members. My name is Betty Amongin. I work with Silver Fleet. What we do corporate transportation. We do car hire services. We do airport. We do upcountry. We also do town service transport. So the key takeaway here, what I've learned today, opportunity always presents itself to those who are ready and well prepared to catch it. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. And I like that you gave us that elevator pitch at the beginning. People at these workshops always pitch. Yeah? Pitch your company, pitch yourself, say something, a word or two. What do? You never know. Like she said, opportunity is always present. So thanks so much. Nothing from this side of the audience. My left, I see a hand at the back. I don't know if, oh yes, I see two hands. Perfect, there are around 3 people. Can one of my colleagues support Melida? The room is wide, so she may not be able to cross so fast.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol reserved. By the names of Kopsinje Charity, I work for MTEL. We deal in telecommunication. We also deal in environmental conservation. I do appreciate the conference organized by the Total. And my take home is we are stronger together than individual. We are stronger together than on individual basis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There were some hands at the back over there. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone here. I'm Lynette Nahawe on behalf of Reef Industries Limited. We do logistics and engineering services, specifically for oil and gas. We have lots of equipment, we do manpower and consultancy for health and safety. So we are very happy for today, for the Supplier Development Forum. In particular, my takeaway was, since our theme was contract management, I very much have a great appreciation for the health and safety management system 4501, which in this case prepares us to achieve the contracts, prepare for them and maintain them, implement them in the safest way possible, because at the end of the day, life is very important. Equipment, assets, and all these come in health and safety. So we have a great appreciation for Total Energies for putting a foundation for companies to achieve ISO certification, and to also encourage each one of us that has not attained it to put great emphasis onto it and understand its value in contract management. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe two more, and then we wrap up.
Good evening. Good afternoon, sorry. I'm called Isaac Nkwanga. I'm one of the directors of Sync Technologies Uganda Limited. We do telecommunication system integration and electrical engineering. Some of key takeaways which I have got today in this workshop. One is being smart, adhering to taxation, being tax compliancy, so that you should be able to get tax returns. Then another key takeaway is separating business from financial business, from personal finances. That is also very important. And then avoiding financial mismatch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, good sir. And then a final key takeaway from the audience.
Gerard Bebusinge, my name. I work for J4S. It's a security firm. We do security services. Currently, we are providing for Total. The key takeaway from my side is that we are on a journey and we need to move together. As Rosette indicated, we are still in the early phases. So the key takeaway is that we should move together, get the requirements that are required by Total, so that by the time we get the full completion, we can ably get the full benefits from supplying Total. The other one is that it was about how to manage our finances. Really, it has been well unpacked that we need to separate business from personal finances if we are to thrive and grow. So that was key to me. The other one was that opportunities are present in this room. All we need is to network, and Total has it all. I see IEC has it all. They're able to provide the technical support and all that training, the onboard. Please, let's support them. Let's go visit them, see what they have on table. I'm sure we can pick a lot from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gerald. So we have one.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Samuel Chagambidwa. I'm coming from a company called JK Global Engineers. We are dealing in fire and safety. We do supply, install, and maintain fire systems and equipment. My takeaway in this meeting or workshop is that we have not lost it all. I was actually personally, or our company was personal, as a company, we had felt kind of disappointed, if I may call it, that we had not qualified for the trainings that had been organized to go to the another level to get a certificate. So we thought probably the opportunity is gone, and we know that more opportunities can only be got by having more skills, getting more informed, the required certification and all stuff. But in this meeting, I've learned that Total is committed to providing opportunities to develop skills and acquire knowledge that will enable us to compete and be productive in all ways. IEC is there. More trainings are being organized. So thank you very much. And I wish everybody a very successful continuation as we build our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the feedback as well.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Helen Navana. I work with the Assessment and Skilling Center. I've been a project coordinator for these. We're one of the companies that helped some of the companies that were certified today. So a reminder from today's workshop would be for us as companies to have our systems in order, so that if any of these opportunities come up, we are ready to be picked up and get these certificates or these opportunities to be beneficial to us. And then the other one would be, Grace is an example to us, and we normally use him as a testimonial that we are surely doing all these trainings or these opportunities are surely leaving an impact on people's lives. So it's a testimony to us, and it could be for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena.
Thank you so much. My name is Abraham Tugume from Tamsak Development Link Uganda Limited. I want to thank Total Energies for the opportunity, and yeah, before that, our company does all civil construction, general supplies, and agricultural products. One thing I want to put across, especially to us, the local companies, is to prove to these international companies like Total Energies that we can actually deliver. Please and please, they've taught us about business, separating business and what we have to deliver. Because if you're taking this money from these people, the main thing, they don't want to look at you as a person or your business or what you can do with the money. The main essence is to deliver. So please, Ugandan companies, let's deliver. In an African setting, there is a proverb that says, once a girl, I don't know, I know it in my local language, but please, Ugandan companies, let's deliver. Let's deliver so that these people may not generalize us in a picture that we can't deliver. Thank you so much, Total Energy. Thank you so much, the moderators. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending.
Thank you. I'll come and you'll tell me that proverb one-on-one. Okay, so I think we need to wrap up. We have a few key takeaways. If they could put them up on the screen, key highlights from today's workshop. Of course, in line with the theme, we want to emphasize to everybody in the room, and by everybody, I mean all contractors here, but even those who may be logged in online and those that you interface with. Where we are right now, 2 years into the project, the Tilenga project, contract management and financial discipline are very, very important. And it's a continuous learning process. So please take the tips you've learned to heart, engage the right people, have the right team in your company to oversee and ensure that these aspects are well managed, but also give feedback, communicate, with either ourselves as Total Energies or with your client if you have a tier 2 or a tier 3 contract. Communication is very, very important. The second is that, yes, we are 2 years into the project. We have made significant achievements on national content, and we are proud of that, and we are proud of each and every one of you and all our key stakeholders with whom we take this journey forward. This is still a call for action. However, we don't pat ourselves on the shoulder and say, oh, we've done it and this is it. No, we need to continue. Why? Because Total Energies, that is our ambition. We want to maximize national content. We want to maximize Ugandan participation. We want to be a benchmark and prove that with the right effort, with the right spirit, with the right collaboration, a project can be run with, you know, as much participation of Ugandans as possible. So we benchmark ourselves to be the best in the industry, and we challenge you to continue supporting us to manage that expectation. The third is around what to emphasize, and these tips came from our regulator, the Petroleum Authority. They came from industry experts on the panel, as well as our colleagues who manage and oversee these processes on a daily. They've emphasized that there's a need to understand contractual requirements. Many times people don't read the contract, and actually at the time of the bid, you're given this draft contract. So you have substantial time to go through it line by line on your own or with support. And there are experts out there. We've heard from Mr. Kakembo from Crystal Advocates. They're experts in understanding, interpreting contracts. Engage them. Once you receive the bid package, if I were you, I would go to the contract first, even before I decide whether I want to bid or not. But that's just me. But bottom line is read everything we give you and raise questions. We have a feedback mechanism during a bid, but we also have a feedback mechanism after you are awarded a contract. Please engage it. Make sure you have proper cash flow. Everybody has said we are walking out of this room separating personal finances from business finances. But even in that, we need to separate different business finances. If you are advanced money, if you're paid for a specific contract, please use it for that. Do not mix your clients, if I'm to put it that way. And that will help you have good cash flow. But my word of encouragement also is to engage whenever you're formulating, for example, your payment terms, engage with the technical person or the contract manager on the client side so that you can have well-structured milestone payment terms so that you're sure that over certain periods you'll be able to complete certain very tangible, demonstrable activities and then get paid a value that is commensurate to that work completed. Communication, again, please communicate. And for communication, I always emphasize both positive as well as progress. Give us positive feedback. Give our colleagues positive feedback. What are we doing right so that we can continue doing it right, so that we institutionalize it, as well as give us feedback where we need to improve, what are the areas of progress that we need to action. Of course, timely execution is very important. The project is meant to be a profit-making project, and because it's a jigsaw and it's a contracting structure, whoever at whatever level of contracting, you contribute to an overall goal. So timely execution, execution within cost is also very important. And then risk management, being prepared for anything. Of course, there are risks you can't control. That's force majeure. But there are risks you can anticipate. And if you don't know how to do it, we have the IEC in place now. This will be part of the training that you will receive. How to do risk management on your own, but also how to access the right experts out there who are well experienced in this. We also take note that where we are, respect of human rights and the right labor management policies and practices are fundamental. The risks that come from ignoring this are very immense. You have financial risk because work is stopped. You have reputation risk, not only for yourself as a business, but for ourselves as an operator and for all the other stakeholders involved in the project, and so many other risks. So it's very important that we follow the law, but we also bring best practice on board. And where you don't know, we have the teams in place. We have a social performance team who have specific individuals that train contractors around labor management. We have the human rights team who are also going around training you. But we also know that this is part of what the broader audience will be trained and supported with at the Industry Enhancement Center. And then finally, at the end of it all, working conditions, human rights at work, these are fundamental. We are human beings, and there's a saying, I prescribe to do unto others what I would want done unto me. I think let's take that in spirit. So that's a wrap up. We've heard from you what your key takeaways are. Well, these are what we've noted, but I know that we are still together for the next 1 hour or so. Let's use this opportunity to network. I encourage each and every one of us to talk to someone you've never talked to. Introduce yourself, what you do, what your business is. If you have a business card, exchange. Use this opportunity today to not only seek new connections, but also reflect on what we've discussed. For those who may have missed certain portions of the conversation, the link was live on YouTube on the Total Energies EP Uganda website or YouTube channel. Please, you can always go back. It will be available for you to, read through and run through. And on that note, I would like to conclude our Q3 of 2023 Supplier Development Workshop. I thank you for your patience, your attention, your participation. And the last thing I request of you before we step out of the room is to have a group picture. It's our culture. We must always document that we actually did meet. So because we are a big crowd, I want to request the events management team, as well as the camera crew, Switch Media, and Grindstone, if you could come and start organizing the space and guiding us how you want us to take this picture. Oh, and I forgot, and I'm so sorry. Yeah? I want to thank the teams that have organized this successful workshop. We have colleagues from Total Energies EP Uganda, the national content team. I hope you know each and every one of them. If you don't, today is a moment to know them. We have colleagues from the corporate affairs team, but our events management company has been Grindstone, very good organization, and our camera and videography crew is Switch Media. And of course the hotel, Sheraton Hotel. Thank you so much. So after this, we'll be having lunch. By the way, if you haven't got a coupon yet, there is a lovely lady on this table called Rehema. She was passing them out earlier. Or you can come to myself so that we give you a coupon. We'll have lunch at the Paradise Restaurant, which is on the ground floor. You go through the lobby reception to your left.
I wanted to give you this business card. That's mine. Because I'm going to lobby to come to Toro.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please start coming up to the podium? We are ready to set ourselves up for our group photo. The team on the podium will usher and guide us how to position ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, please, just so we can all go for lunch, let's all move to the front, please. Let's all move to the front. There is no particular order in which you should stand or sit. We will guide you once you're at the front. No, I'm coming. If you're taller than the rest of us, please take the back row. Please be on the side. Side. Okay, we're about to take the picture. If you're not in the front, you're going to miss out. Is there a chair at the back? Is there a chair at the back?
that